And
Right, Yash.
I'll let you take
How
the
should I
lead,
send
Yash,
this
since
to
this
you?
is your thing. But I'll say that we are starting the stream.
Like that or like me specifically?
Now. No, for this, if you want to.
No,
Otherwise, I can
yeah.
start. I don't care.
Wait, real quick. Yash, what's the best way for me to send you this?
We are live.
You have like
Hi.
a Google Doc?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just put it in the Weaverdice chat.
Alright, word.
Can you give just a brief introduction to Worm and Weaverdice for the uninitiated? Yeah, both also for us because we also are pretty new to this.
Okay, I actually found a worm world synopsis from the Weaverdice.
World.
Can you link it? I'd love to put it on screen.
Okay, yeah.
You could say it as well. I just want to make it so people can see it on the stream. If you guys want to introduce yourselves also while we're live, obviously I'm Nick, but you guys are in no particular order.
Hey, I'm Brad.
Wow. Hi, Brad.
Hi, Nick.
I'm Yash. I am the GM.
Grandmaster?
Yeah. Yeah. It's always an interesting description or no discrepancy between DMs and GMs. Oh, and he's gone. He keeps doing that.
Why did this go to...
Okay.
Alright.
You have to give me access to the document.
Yeah, hang on a second. I think I'm logged into the wrong account, so just give me 1 minute.
Okay,
Yeah. So Yash is gonna be our game master. Kyle's here. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Kyle, and he's here.
Here as well. And then finally we have our boy.
And I'm Pat. I've been a chef for 12 years. I've cooked at 2 million restaurants, and I'm a level 3 chef.
But have you cooked cocktail?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
I've put together dishes since the dawn of time. I have made my own kiln to build my own forge to cook my own bread, and I'm a level 3 chef.
Dude, you've done it all. But have you played Raid Shadow Legends?
No, I have not played Raid Shadow Legends, but I've heard of it. It's a hit new game, I hear.
This is the worst running joke of all time.
What do you mean? Like, I'm trying. Just hold on.
So, Yash, is the synopsis? Are we? Is our game going to be? I mean, I guess it makes sense that our game is taking place in the world.
Don't read the whole thing. Just if anyone that's like, I would recommend you guys not read it.
Okay.
Read like every other line.
But it's like if people that are watching want to like know what's going on.
Yeah.
But basically, the synopsis is that there is a planet called an Earth. They call it Earth Bet. Bet is like B in the Hebrew alphabet.
Mm-hmm.
And in this world, there are people who have powers. They're called parahumans. And parahumans, they get powers when they go through like a traumatic event. And it's called a trigger event. And their power will be related to the trigger event. But it's not like it's not like you got stabbed in the face, so you get like armor face as your ability. It's like
that'd be kind of sick, though.
Armor for your face.
You could use that.
Just wear a helmet.
Yeah, but you could always just have the helmet ready. It's like Bane's mask, but like not because he has a crippling, breathing problem, and instead because
that's like not because he has asthma.
So what would you get then? What's better than armor face?
Well, armor eyes.
Armor eyes. That's worse than armor face though, because you get the whole face is covered.
So it's basically about
the armor body.
The stuff around that. Like, so I mean, we talked about this. Like, I use the example of like a car accident, right? So it's not necessarily just about like getting hurt in the accident, but it's like about what happens around that. So like with like armor face or whatever, like instead of getting armor face, like what are you worried about? Like, are you worried about your appearance? Or like, are you scared of other people now because of this like event? So like, if you're worried about your appearance, right? Like that'll be what's related to your power. You might get like a change your power instead of a, like armor face, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you are, if you're like afraid of people now, you might get something that can like keep them away, like some kind of like repulsion power or like force fields or something. Brett, I still don't have access to your Google Doc.
Yeah, hang on. It's taking a long time to load.
Okay.
Why not just put it into
So the
TXT?
World of Worm, you get powers through trigger events. The main thing is that in North America, the government created something called the PRT, the Parahuman Response Team, and that's like the government agency that controls all parahuman stuff.
Yep.
And they make superhero teams called the Protectorate, and there's one Protectorate branch in every major city or every city that has like a villain presence. And the Protectorate then in turn has the wards, who are like basically people under 18, and when they turn 18 they will move to the Protectorate. So superheroes are government employees for the most part. There are superheroes that are independent though, so they will try and get like sponsorship and stuff. I actually don't. Brett, do you know how New Wave gets paid? Because I don't remember them ever mentioning that.
You think I read the book?
There are private superheroes though that are not paid by the government, and I think they get paid like through like sponsorships and stuff like that.
So privatized
Like Nick on Twitch.
superheroship, yeah, like me.
Nick, I'm gonna sub to you again tomorrow when my Amazon Prime free sub comes back.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so that's the gist basically.
And how are we gonna fit into the? You said you have a basic scenario in mind. You said we're gonna be in Detroit, right?
Yeah, okay. So here's the scenario. I call it in wolf's clothing. So the idea is that you guys are. Oh, Kyle lost electricity.
Yeah, did we lose? Uh-oh.
We have lost him. Big ripski to our boy.
Everybody press F in the chat.
Hang
on, I got it. I got you, Kyle. I'll press F in the chat for you.
There we go.
Okay, right. So the scenario is you guys are a team of villains in Detroit because all of you guys voted to be villains instead of heroes.
We did?
Yeah,
okay.
I saw individually like a while ago. Nick, you're the only person that said maybe a hero.
Oh, poor guy.
Wait, I don't remember any of this.
Yeah, sorry. This was before I knew you were on the thing, but it was basically like 4-1. So even like I'm just gonna do majority.
Oh, ask Pat what he wants now.
Pat, do you want to be a villain or do you want to be out of the game?
I want to be a fucking baddie, baby. I want to be a fucking baddie, baby. Yeah, when you put it like that, oh, yo, fuck them heroes, baby.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so the thing is that Detroit is kind of like Detroit in real life, where it's like
become human.
Yeah.
So in Detroit, it's like super shitty, and just like in real life, the police and the government are not doing a good job of keeping everything safe.
Wow, trying to get all political on us, guys. Wow.
This is saying Detroit is shitty is like the most like apolitical. But
okay.
The government and the Protectorate are doing like a bad job. They're basically like super ineffective. And just like in real life, there are like private sector security forces that are like kind of taking over, that are like hired by like wealthier neighborhoods and stuff, and hired by businesses to protect them.
Yeah.
So your team secretly works for the security forces. One of the companies called Cobra. And
Snake?
Do we have a commander?
No, it's Cobra works based on like the actual company that exists in Detroit. But Cobra basically has hired you guys secretly, like the founder hires you guys to like kind of like cause chaos, mayhem. And then Cobra will like basically defeat you guys each time. But you guys are basically there to kind of create a demand for their services, right?
Oh, so we're like fall guys.
Oh, we're paid actors. That's our bad villain team.
I mean, you guys don't like act stuff. You're not like, I mean, you guys are like pretending in a way, but you're not like, you all have powers and you all are villainous to some extent. Like Nick, you can still be like a character that's not that villainous because you guys aren't.
No, I mean, now that I know that we're going to be villains, I can lean into it if I want. I'm down with that. I wasn't super set either way. I don't know. So I'm down for whatever. And
Like,
also,
from wrestling,
it's not
guys,
even
you
really
know.
up to me, right? With character creation, I guess I could sort of mount.
Well, your power and your trigger are not up to you, but after that, you can kind of decide.
Okay.
I mean, like, part of it is taken away from you a bit, right? It's like if you were like beaten up by the police and then you like triggered like
Yeah.
after like a killing spree or something, you're probably not going to be like heroic, you know?
What?
So it depends on how things go.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna use a worm name generator to name my character.
so
Mongolian death worm name generator.
Nice.
All right, go on.
what?
No, just go on. Don't worry.
So the idea is this is like a good job for you guys. You guys get paid consistently. Most villains in Worm are criminals. Like, they're not like murderers.
Mhm.
If you do that, you basically attract a lot of heat from the government.
Turns
So
out
normally what
murder
happens is
bad.
what?
Turns out murder bad.
Who knew?
Yeah, pretty much. There's a 3-strike rule. So you get sent to prison 3 times, and then after that, you get sent to a special prison called the Birdcage that is for superhero, or well, it's for parahumans, and you cannot escape from it. It's impossible.
Or
like,
is it?
There's not going to be any plot line where you guys try to break that because it's literally impossible. No one has ever done it.
Not even
Alright,
in
so
the
the
story of Worm? That's kind of impressive.
That is kind of impressive. I figured because I think I didn't read that far in, but they talked about this, and that just seemed like a huge setup for like, someone to break out of it.
Yeah, if you're a writer and you make an unbreakable prison, like that's just calling for it to be broken out of, it feels like. But I guess
Well, it feels like there's a lot of characters that are like supposed to be like unbeatable or whatever, or like they're like indestructible or something. And it's kind of like levels of indestructibility where it's like this person is like indestructible, but then there's one more person who's even more indestructible than them. Like, so
hierarchy
something
of
I will cover
indestructibility.
really quick is this group called the Triumvirate. They're kind of like the DC Trinity of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. They're like the 3 most iconic heroes. They are Alexandria, Legend, and Eidolon. So Alexandria
Forgot
is
about the names.
invincible, super strong, can fly, and she has like a super mind. She's named Alexandria after the library.
Mega mind.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the best way to put it.
Does she also have a mechanical
the power
canine?
the power set of like flight and like super durability and super strength is called an Alexandria type. So that's why it's kind of important to know who she is, because that's how we're going to describe these powers. Legend is the leader of the entire protectorate, like the entire organization. He's kind of like Superman, like in like his demeanor and stuff.
Yeah.
Alexandria is kind of like Batman. She's kind of like more cold. But Legend, his power is flight. He can fly faster than any other character. He thinks his power was actually for like traveling like interstellar. But anyways, he can fly the fastest, and he can shoot lasers from his body, but they're not like regular lasers. They're more kind of like blaster bolts from Star Wars.
Okay.
And he can move them, like he can make them like curve. So like you can be running down a hallway and he'll like have it follow you down the hallway and turn the corner.
Oh, like Yondu's arrow in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, like that. But they also have multiple effects. So he has like like one that's kind of like for heat, one that can freeze you, one that'll slow you down.
Is there one that kills you?
From, like, all over his body. He can like decimate like a city block, like like with like one barrage. So he inspired the second kind of like named power category, which is called flying artillery. So it's like if you fly and you shoot some kind of beam, or you just shoot something out of you. And then the last guy is the most powerful parahuman in the world. His name is Eidolon, and Eidolon he has every power, which is why he's the strongest. So he can have any power, and he usually keeps 3 at a time. But over time, he's gotten weaker, and like his powers have gotten like a little weaker. But he still has every power, so he's still the strongest. and each of them is like a leader of a different branch. So Alexandria is in Los Angeles, Legend is in New York, and Eidolon is in Houston. So they're not going to be involved in the story really, but knowing them like will be helpful. Okay, so that's the world of Worm. Anyways, back to the scenario. So you guys are set in Detroit. You guys are villains, so keep that in mind for character generation. And the plot, like I said, is going to be you guys work for, secretly work for a company that's supposed to protect people and keep people safe, right? It's supposed to like do a better job than the government and the protectorate. But really the whole thing is kind of made up. Like you guys are paid to like cause destruction so that people feel the need to hire the security company. And then sometimes you fight the security company and like lose or get like repelled or something to like show that they are effective. So that is the basic, like the basis of the whole story.
Sure. Sounds good to me. Do we want to move on to...
Brad, did you give me access or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, should we start looking through all the trigger possibilities? And have something?
Yeah, so I've read Pat's and I've read Nick's. I did not read Kyle's yet. And
Mine are not that long, but I think they open enough possibilities to work with.
All right. You know, let me give
especially my third one. I did a nice little third one for Nick.
Honestly,
God, that's God.
I don't think I'm gonna read them. I'm just gonna assume you guys did a good job.
Did a great job.
But
I did a job.
Same.
All right.
Okay.
Are we gonna use some kind of random number generator to just...
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm just numbering them right now.
Okay. Let's see.
5 and 6.
There's
Brad is 7 and 8. So normally we will be having 6 people, but one of our players, Nicole, she has a mild concussion, so she can't like do this like anything really for like 2 days. And Sam is
presumably
MIA.
Yeah.
I think he's
not asleep this time, so that's progress. Okay, so
we are now starting our 8 o'clock session
hopefully.
At 9:23.
Okay, in my defense, there was a tornado warning.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Not a good defense. Not a good defense. How dare you?
Awful defense. 0 out of 10.
The jury does not accept your defense.
Okay, who wants to go first?
Like, who wants to be chosen as their...
I will volunteer tribute.
I mean, yeah, I would also volunteer, but Pat got it first. So.
Now we get to watch Pat get bullied into developing a superpower.
I want to get bullied.
You got... Wait, Brad, did you need 3?
Oh, one of them's a joke. Just read it. You'll understand.
All right.
I hope I get that one. I get that one.
Shadow Legends, I did not put it down as a power.
Oh, come on.
Come on. No, hold on. We can make something real out of this, though. You've been listening. You've been like, you're a shut-in. You're a shut-in, right? And you listen to all of these like YouTube channels because you got nothing else going on, and then you just keep hearing ads for Raid Shadow Legends over and over again. And because you're already not in a great mental state, that starts to tick you off a lot. And then one time you just finally fucking lose it, and that's how you trigger. There you go. Raid Shadow Legends.
What puts you in a bad mental state? Is it because it's the raid, or is it like because I'm...
No, it's just the Raid Shadow Legends that put you over the edge.
Why wouldn't you just pay for premium?
Because they're poor, Yash. They're poor. Come on.
It's in the video.
It's in the video. I've been surprise ads out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's right.
The mid-rolls.
I had YouTube Premium for a while because it came with like a free trial of like Google Music or whatever. And when it switched, like when I lost it, it was the worst thing in the world. Like, I lost it a few weeks ago. It is so hard to like look at ads and stuff. And all the ads have been about now. It's terrible.
I just use AdBlock, man.
All right. What did Pat get?
got number 8.
What is number 8?
I got number 8.
Isolated. The world has turned upside down. Oh,
can you screen share what you're looking at? Because I can't figure out which dog.
Oh, hey, 8 is mine.
He is mine.
Just hit the screen
He's
share
so
button.
happy.
That's the one I was writing in the call like 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Brad, wow, you're procrastinating on this too? Nice.
No,
No,
I
he
just didn't
had
know
it.
he
It
had to
was
write
just he didn't
down.
write it
That was
down.
I thought of them. I just didn't know he had to write them down.
All right, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to read it out loud too, just for whatever.
Mhm.
Isolated. The world is turned upside down. For months, you've been stuck inside. No contact with anyone. No idea of how much longer things will stay like this. You try to find things to do, ways to pass the time. Eventually, nothing works. You step outside for the first time in who knows how long. Imagine your surprise when it's business as usual. The world moved on and nobody thought to tell you. The sheer amount of options and possibilities stun you. And you struggle to figure out how an altered you can fit into an unchanged world. Months of worries invalidated in an instant and replaced with an entirely new set. You have no idea what to do or where to go. Hashtag trigger.
Triggered!
This actually reminded me of Jack Slash's trigger, Brad.
Yeah, I can see the parallel now that you mention it.
I wouldn't have thought of this as a trigger idea, but that's very topical and very interesting. I like it.
Made me sound like a bitch.
Pat, you don't get to say anything for this part.
Silence thought.
So, yeah, you gotta
Give
stop.
Pat Raid Shadow. Read the Raid Shadow Legends one instead.
Yeah, I want to read the Raid Shadow Legends.
We just read it. We just explained it.
Power in the meantime, and we'll check back.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So, what do you guys think? Any initial thoughts?
Can I,
Okay.
like, mute myself and like deafen myself for this?
No, maybe not
Listen to
deafen.
what we're saying, but you just can't participate.
You can.
Well, it was.
I don't think you need to mute yourself. You just don't like actively participate in the creation.
Though.
Yeah, don't just be like, "Hey guys, like, can you give me like super strength?"
Give me laser eyes.
Okay, wait. I kind of want to deafen myself and just like come back in here like surprised. So like
I think that's a cool way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
just
ping
give
you.
you that.
Yeah, we'll ping you. Yeah, when it's time.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Sounds good
I
to
am
me.
looking at the classifications in the Weaverdice rulebook. They seem to go a little bit more in depth than the three general classifications from the Triumvirate. This one, I think this one resonated with. Oh, I looked through it the other day so I could get a better idea of it.
It's a long-term one, so it's got to be like.
But see, this is like a mental. So okay, yeah. So it could be for mental things. There is Tinker, which is like an inventing power, and there is Thinker, which is like
Yeah,
some kind of
Thinker, I
mental
think, was the
power.
one I was thinking of. That looks the most, to me, seems like something that he would.
You know what? Let me go through the power sets real quick, just for someone.
Yeah, I
watching.
think this could work with Thinker because it's kind of there's just so many different things
Sure.
that could happen. You're
Yeah, all
paralyzed.
right,
by
yeah,
it.
but let's let Yash just go through the set real quick.
It is at the same time like the culmination of like a long-term kind of thing that happens to you.
Yeah.
But anyways, here are the powers real quick. There's actually a rhyme for it. So here's the rhyme. Mover, shaker, brute and breaker, master tinker, blaster thinker, striker, changer, trump, and stranger. So mover is like some kind of movement ability. Shaker is like an area of effect power. So like mover, super speed, shaker, you can think of like earth bending or force fields.
Yep.
Brute is like strength and durability, pretty self-explanatory. Breaker is like kind of weird. It's like you enter like a different state. So think about like the Human Torch, right? Like he enters like this fire.
The flame
state.
on state.
Yeah, the flame on state. So that's like a breaker power. It's like you enter a different state, like turning into acid. One of the characters can do that. That's a breaker state. Root and breaker. Master is like a power where you control people. So like Kilgrave from Jessica Jones is like a master. Master can also be like creating minions. So like a summoner would be like a master. Mover, shaker, root and breaker. Master, tinker. Like I said, there's an invention power. Each tinker has a specialty. So like Iron Man, right? His specialty would be suits. The original Ant-Man, Hank Pym, his specialty would be like size changing. Bruce Banner, I don't think he'd be a tinker, but if he was, it'd be like Gamma. So there's a specialty. Blaster is like some kind of long range attack. Brad, would Miss Militia be a blaster because she has like guns?
Yeah.
Okay, so so including like projectiles and guns and stuff. But normally you think of like shooting like laser beams or something like that.
Yep.
Blaster Thinker, like I said, is like a mental or sensory powers, like reading minds would be one. But also like super hearing would be like a thinker power, right? Mover, Shaker, Brute, and Baker, Master Thinker, Blaster Tinker. Striker is like a touch-based power. It's like if you like touch someone, like that's the only way your power will work, if you like touch something. So like one example, I guess, would be you guys remember like Ty Lee from Avatar?
Yes. Chi
And how she
blocking.
does the chi blocking?
Yep.
That would be a striker power.
Yeah.
Also a character in the book, she has like telekinesis, but she has to touch the object first. That would be a striker power.
I'm curious as
Forgot about that
to.
one.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if this is in order of what was coming next, but I'm looking at Changer, and I'm kind of confused as to how that's different from Breaker.
Yeah, that's the age-old question. There are so many like threads about it, and like everyone's kind of like, like they don't really like. No one's 100%. But Changer is basically your body or something is changing in some way. So like the way that I looked it up a long time ago, and one of the ways they differentiated in the answer was if you think of like the Human Torch versus Mr. Fantastic. So like the Human Torch has to enter like his like flame on, right?
Okay.
That's like it's like either or. Like he has to be one or the other.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Fantastic, his body, he's just like stretching like one limb. Like he doesn't have to go all in.
Okay.
So it's kind of like you might. It's honestly there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
Breaker is like if you're not sure, like default to Changer. Breaker is like kind of less common.
Okay.
But it's kind of like if you're a Changer, like it's kind of like your whole body is not necessarily changing. But if you're a Breaker, like a werewolf would be a Breaker, right? Because they have to be the wolf, or they're not. Well, like a vampire would be a Changer, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard. It's complicated. No,
it's fine. We can keep moving on. I was just curious.
Yeah, that was the second to last one.
Yeah, the last one is Stranger, right?
Stranger. So Trump is not related to our amazing president. Trump is a power that's related to other power. So what that means is like, being able to amplify other people's powers around you, being able to steal powers, like a power vampire would be a Trump, being able to nullify powers is a Trump. So anything that's related to other powers, basically, is a Trump. And the last one, Stranger, is some kind of infiltration power. So invisibility, the ability to like not make any sound, like being able to walk through walls. Like these are all Stranger powers. And one thing to keep in mind is it's not about the way necessarily like the power, like what the power actually is. It's like about how the power is used. Because this classification system was made by the government for like how they would respond to like parahuman. So like for example, like an earthbender like Toph, right? Like from Avatar.
Yeah.
She is
lots of Avatar references.
What?
Lots of Avatar references.
Wow, it's an easy thing to reference right now, or in general, because everybody's seen Avatar.
I'm watching it too. Yeah, I know.
So Toph is like a shaker, right? Because she does earth bending, but she can also use the earth bending to like enhance her durability, right?
Yeah.
And like strength, so that she would be a brute. But she also can, she can like use it as like a blaster, possibly, right? Like she can like throw stuff around. So it's even though she's not like an actual brute, like she is the same level of squishiness. She like coats herself in earth armor sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Or in like the finale when she like goes into like the metal wall and comes off with like metal armor.
Mhm.
So that kind of thing would make her like a brute.
Okay.
So those are the power classifications.
Yeah, and I would say looking over, especially because they also include little short like descriptions of possible triggers that would cause this type of power to manifest itself. Taking a closer look, I think Thinker. I'm still on Thinker. Tinker also seems like it might
Yeah,
apply
that's what I
because
was
it's
thinking.
a
Thinker,
solutionless problem over a long period of time.
master.
And then,
It says master is based on isolation, so it
yeah,
could be that one too.
that could also work. What's the other one? I
And
was
we
thinking
can also
mover, but maybe
blend
not.
categories together, guys. So like if we think it's like a thinker and a master, like we can combine those.
Okay. And then stranger, I think maybe
Where's
also.
Kyle?
I'm right here.
Okay, sorry, I was wondering if you lost power again.
It's very possible.
Then I guess if we want to just rather than if we can combine some things and we have those general ideas in mind of masters, tinkers, thinkers, and I would honestly maybe even throw in a stranger just because like of social collective pressure of just being like you have to go back to normal immediately, which it sounds like whatever this person's trigger, that's how
I
it
feel
was
like what
perceived
the
by
person
them.
really focuses on is the betrayal, right? So it says the world moved on and nobody thought to tell you.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
The other thing there is like the sheer amount of options and possibilities stun you, and you struggle to figure out how an altered you can fit into an unchanged world.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to give multiple options.
yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, if
where is
we
the trigger page? Oh, okay, here.
if we
Stranger
go
powers are a result of a trigger event involving a threat to emotional and mental security, or social or collective pressure, often with a focus on unwanted attention. This attention can be from individuals, groups, or even the world itself. They often have they often have an overlap with masters and changers.
okay. Yeah. So I think
it comes out automatically.
I think I would go with a maybe like a master tinker combo, something like that. Like maybe they build advanced minions that like go out into the world for them or something.
What about trigger event for changer is mental, emotional issues involving identity or body image, or from
I don't
conflict
think it's.
involving constraining social expectation.
Yeah,
Where
social
is this
expect.
like more verbose explanation from?
Wait, can you say that again, Kyle?
Where's the like version of the power list with more words that explain them than the rule book that you guys have?
Okay, so I'm just on I always use the wiki.
Oh, okay.
And I just open like one. If you go to power classifications, it lists all of them in order, and I just open a separate tab for each one because it says the trigger events
Okay.
there.
As long as that's considered safe, spoiler wise.
Yeah, no, you should just don't scroll down past trigger events.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see that.
Striker is out.
Yeah.
I think Brute is out.
Yeah.
Thinker obviously makes sense. Thinker is often a secondary classification, it says.
Yeah.
So we could have that in the back. So thinkers contrast with tinkers. So tinkers' issues remain unresolved over a large amount of time before they culminate in a crisis moment. While for thinkers, it's like a crushing revelation, moments of mental or emotional anguish, great fear.
It's got to be thinker.
Yeah, it's got to be thinker. You're right.
It's got to be thinker. It has to be.
Do you think it's like thinker and something else?
I think thinker and master.
I mean,
thinker, master.
Depends what kind of.
What?
Do you think it's thinker master? Like someone brought that up before.
Well, I thought master was one that we were keen on before because the isolation and then the betrayal seems like that's very in line with what this sounds like.
And alienation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I mean that sounds good.
Feeling isolated from a single individual tends to feed into having a single fixed minion, while feeling isolated from society tends to result in numerous and/or variable minions. So obviously they're feeling isolated from society.
Is Pat Skitter?
Okay, okay, so the reason Skitter gets her top red, sorry, Kyle, this is a spoiler, but like it's not really important.
It's the beginning of the story, isn't it?
We don't need to delve into that.
Wait,
I was making a
Nick,
joke.
have you read this?
No, they've talked about this so much in high school. I just remember it
Oh,
now.
wow.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right.
But like, okay, so I'm gonna use Skitter's power. Like, it's not like Kyle. Do you care? It's not really like a plot relevant story.
It's fine. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so Skitter's power. She's a master. So Skitter is the main character of the book. For anyone that doesn't know, and her power is she can control bugs. And the reason she gets her power is her trigger event was she was bullied a lot in school, and then one of the worst one was in like gym class. The bully locked her in a locker full of used tampons, and she was like stuck there for like hours, I think, before like some teachers came to get her or something. And she had to spend time in like the hospital or like a mental ward or something, like to recover from that like really traumatic experience.
Mm-hmm.
And in that, she triggered. And I think like the idea was she felt like isolated from everyone else. And so she was just kind of reaching out to like anyone out there. And what she felt then was all the bugs that were around in like the tampon, like in the locker and then beyond. So like what it was, right, was like focusing, like trying to reach out to anyone that's around.
Yeah. I might have an idea. I don't think it's like should be the final product, but it's something to start off with. I'm thinking, so we're thinking thinker and master.
Yes.
Thinker is characterized by advanced perception, knowledge, data collection, or skills. I was thinking what came to mind for me was possibly to combine it with master, have them be some kind of possibly have them be like sort of a Killmonger from Jessica Jones, if you guys know that, or like maybe like a Kingpin character where they can basically with their advanced like knowledge and stuff, they can research stuff online enough about a person to the point where they can like blackmail them into doing anything they want, and then they basically have just whoever they want to control as their minion in that sense, where they take them and then get them to do what they want, because if they don't...
It sounds like they just do research online and then they make someone do what they want because they're blackmailing.
If you wanted to make it more power-centric, then you could make it more like Killmonger, where he literally takes... Like, he takes control of them using... I don't know if they ever really explained it. It was like hormones or something, but like...
Yeah, just like pheromones or something.
Yeah, so it could be something like that. But I don't know. I was just trying to incorporate more of the thinker idea into it, where they could use.
You gotta break that a little bit from Kilgrave, because he's like the kind of like the most like, it's like that's like the obvious sort of like this is what like a master power is. It's not wrong, but it's like that's like kind of like the first thing you would think of.
Well, yeah, it was the first thing I thought of. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So I don't know, but if you guys have anything that you would want to go from there, like we can build off of that into something more nuanced. That's just a place to get started from. So we gotta come up with something.
Something I came up with. Let me get my second phone.
His burner phone.
Eye roller. The burner phone.
This is my old phone, and I still use it to like write notes. Okay, so one of the powers that I came up with. Maybe I didn't write it down, but it was the idea was someone that can duplicate, and each time they duplicate, like the extra brain power is like added to the whole, so they become smarter and smarter. But the original person can't move, like while they're a duplicate, so they're like fixed.
Oh, and they're just stuck.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like a hive mind sort of, but like the main person is vulnerable. And like if you attack them, like everyone else.
That would be very good for somebody who's stuck in isolation because they're scared of what's outside. They want.
Oh, I didn't suggest it to like this is what the power should be. I meant like that's like how like that's an example of how you could combine thinker and.
Well, yeah, but I like that. I think that's definitely that seems to fit the bill perfectly for this trigger as well.
It doesn't have to be taking control of other people. It just means minions.
Right, yeah, you can also... That's why I was thinking maybe if we even wanted to throw in Tinker, they could make the minions themselves. But, yeah. Honestly, I think I I would vibe with that idea by itself. That sounds pretty good. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, that is a good one. Are you using that, Yash, for something?
No, not yet. But okay, I should just throw in something like real quick. Is like I appreciate if no one used any of the ideas because a lot of the ideas that I'll like bring up or use as like NPCs and stuff will be like stuff I'm using in other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like obviously we can use it for this, but like I'd appreciate if like people didn't use it in their own stuff or like their own writing or something.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, I mean I don't think that's the right power set though. Like I don't mind using it here, but I feel like it's not. It doesn't really fit him, right?
In what way? Because if you tell us how it doesn't fit, we can adapt and then make it fit.
So his whole thing is isolation.
Mm-hmm.
The world moved on and nobody told you, and you have to figure out how an altered you can fit into a world that has basically moved on. So the thinker part doesn't really fit, I think. The thinker part is basically like, why would you need to be smarter? Like, I don't see how that would be like a response at all. If anything, I would expect something like being able to like personality mirror, because like you don't know how to fit in, so you can like kind of like I don't know, like maybe like read.
So like stranger? Is that what you're saying?
No, that wouldn't be a stranger power. Like personality mirror, as in like he could kind of like mimic, not like mimic them like physically, but like kind of like I guess like feel their.
I would argue for thinker, there's the possibility that like you're focusing on knowledge here, but I think there is like the secondary part of having thinker powers is a possibility of just having good ability to collect data, like not even if it's not like useful data, and I think that would fit very well with somebody who's stuck in isolation and probably spend a lot of time on the internet. That was the train of thought I was going with whole thinker thing is like they would just churn through like fucking Twitter and like Reddit and Tumblr and all that shit in the matter of minutes because they're stuck inside and like it says they've run out of things to do, you know?
So like some kind of technology controlling power.
Maybe, yeah. That could then work back into a whole tinker thing if we want to go.
Oh, a hacker! I'm in.
Yeah.
That'd be like a think. I mean, that'd be like tinker though. Right?
I think tinker could still work with this though. Like again, the tinker's rise from solutionless problems over long periods. So like the solutionless problem here is that you couldn't go outside, like because it was dangerous to go out there, and you had no control over that. So and then culminating in the crisis moment. So I think that could still work. Like I'm thinking master, tinker, and thinker all are possibilities that we could work into this
I
power.
don't think tinker would work because tinker. I don't think tinker would work because tinker like works too well. It's like tinker is crushing revelation. Sorry, thinker. God, thinker is crushing revelations.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a revelation, right? That like the world.
Why can't it be both?
Yeah, tinker also results in a crisis moment, doesn't it?
Tinker. Wait, sorry, one sec.
No, I mean it's clearly dealing with multiple issues. Why can't we just make it the power?
Wait, sorry, just give me a sec. I'm trying to find the thing. Okay, here. So yeah, arise from problems without solutions that take place over long periods, culminating in a crisis moment.
Yeah, and I would say that revelation is a crisis
moment. Build up over weeks or months and inexorably tied into the moment the character traits. Okay, so let's look at it. There's actually like a list of like a bunch of types of tinkers and like the kind of power you get from it. So like maybe that'll help. Hyper specialist. Trigger event. Involves an obsession regarding an object or goal. I don't think so.
Not that one.
No. Involves an obsession on a singular behavior, pattern, or path.
No.
Liberty. Involves an untouchable or unsolvable problem.
That sounds pretty in line.
It kind of fits.
Yeah.
Multi-threaded. Involves a crossroads or a lose-lose situation.
That's kind of crossroads.
I don't think it's not a lose. I mean, like they only have one option, really, right? But they're like the problem is like they have one option, but they don't know how to do it. So maybe it is an unsolvable problem.
Yeah,
because it's like they need to join the world again, but they feel like they can, like they don't know how.
Right. Yeah, in their
All right, we
minds.
have our match.
Wait, there's more.
DNA matches.
Combat Tinker, I'm not even going to read it. Chaos involves a high degree of confusion or missing information.
That's that's pretty in line with
Yeah. So chaos, it says they don't have complete control over what they build, how they build it, or the end result. Liberty is they flaunt the rules of tinkering with unexpected consequences. So rules of tinkering, there's only one as far as I know, but basically it's like your power, like whatever your specialty is. Like the further you stray from it, like the more your things are gonna suck or they might not work.
Yeah.
So like the most powerful tinkers are the ones that have really broad specialties. Right. Being able to do size changing things is pretty specific. Like for example, one of the tinkers in the book, their specialty is efficiency. Right. So basically like everything. So they're one of the more powerful ones.
Yeah. I just thought of something. What if it was like a thing where we were running on the idea of the possibility of having some kind of ability to do advanced and speedy data collection. So I'm thinking to combine that with Tinker, what if they made some technology that could basically like DDoS attack, like basically it would boil down to a pseudo EMP device, but specifically they're DDoS attacking anything anything they can get their hands on by just flooding it with garbage data from around the internet using whatever device they made. And that sort of reflects how they consumed endless information while in this isolation period. And then they're basically shutting down the stuff around them in the same way that they were kind of shut down in that isolation period or something like that.
I kind of like that.
I think you're focusing on the technology part too much. That's not really like emphasized that much, right?
I mean, it's building alien or advanced technology. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it in sense of the power. I'm thinking more about the sense of the situation that person was in. Because Brad, it was based on this right now where we're all in quarantine, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's a very modern problem.
Yeah, so everybody is stuck in their homes, and I think a lot of them are just spending hours upon hours just churning through the internet and just reading as much fucking shit that they can get through on the internet. I think that is integral to this person's experience in that sense. So I think incorporating that into their power would make sense.
I think the information gathering aspect is also like, I think, okay, so like when they mean information gathering, what they mean usually is like some kind of like, so like telepathy actually doesn't exist, I guess, far as they know.
I like the offensive data idea. I think that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But like, what do you, okay, can you explain it again? Maybe I'm not getting.
I'm just thinking.
Nick was saying you can create devices. Maybe you need to create a device for each device you want to take down. That's like personalized to that device.
I was just thinking of like a handheld, like a phone thing that they could have or something.
Watchdogs.
Yeah, like watchdogs, actually.
Watchdogs.
Yeah.
So is this basically like can this person do anything that technology that we have can't already do?
I mean, it would just deploy at such a fast rate that I think whatever device it is couldn't be disabled by.
Okay, so they could DDoS stuff that you like normally wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, again, I think it would boil down to basically being EMP at that point. And honestly, I'd be fine with that. I don't know.
Like, what's your reasoning behind this?
Behind the idea of a DDoSing technology?
What's your reasoning behind this being the power?
Well, like a DDoS attack is just overloading a server with garbage data, and I think that a person in isolation could have some kind of power that would allow them to collect data super quickly, and then they could somehow make, if we're mixing this with Tinker, they make a device that does that kind of thing on the fly, maybe through them. I'm not entirely sure. The idea did flutter through my head. I don't know if you guys saw the what were the Marvel superheroes that everybody hated? Where there was like the trans superhero that had a really bad name or whatever, but one of them was like a guy who was always plugged into the internet, and I was thinking of that when I was thinking of this idea.
Okay, hear me out. This is a crazy idea.
I'll try to find it. Yosh, hold on.
Except for me.
hear me out here.
You've definitely
This
seen
is crazy. Hear me out, Yash. So we've got right now we have DDoS technology.
this.
What if this person can also DDoS one person,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was just waiting for Nick to finish.
right? Because
Ooh.
their whole thing is that they are just like barraged with information and can't react. So they've got this primary power set where they can take out technology, and then maybe there's a secondary power where you can take out a person, but that would then limit the first power. Like you can't do them both at the same time. What?
Okay.
I can't do both. It's gonna be mansion limited. Okay, I should explain what that is real quick. So,
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, by the way. There's specifically the one that was called Screen Time is the one I was thinking of.
I forgot. God,
Snowflake and safe space.
help me.
Just a very interesting choice from Marvel.
They tried. They didn't succeed.
Safe space? Is that for real?
Yeah,
Yes,
this
those
is
are the
a
real
real.
names.
This is a Marvel.com.
These are the real names of the characters.
Yeah, they got hella backlash for this. It was incredible.
Green
For
top,
obvious reasons.
snowflake and safe space.
I
Yeah,
wasn't kidding.
yeah.
No, that's
this
the
is
name.
real. How did you? I don't know how you missed this. This was huge.
I don't know either. Wow, this is awful.
What's Trailblazer? She has like a backpack.
What?
That's pretty cool power.
I'm not even
What's her-
gonna bother reading them. Just
No.
looking at them is enough.
Yeah, but the whole point with Screen Time is that he literally is whose brain
He's the
became connected to
meme-obsessed
the
super
internet.
teen.
Yeah, after becoming exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet cast. Now he can see augmented reality and real-time maps, and can instantly Google any fact. Look at the Screen Time character
I already
description.
put it down.
It's just
Okay, wait, let's get back on topic. So the DDoS thing, DDoSing humans. So it can't be both. It has to be one or the other because of something called so powers are Manton limited. So that's an important concept. Manton limited basically means like when you make force fields, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't just make a force field and cut someone in half, right?
Why
Because
not?
you can't make a force field. Well, they can't. The force fields just don't form.
from what I remember, this is like the no fun allowed rule.
Yeah.
Anything
Is it-
you're trying to do that would be fun, it's actually Manton limited. So
It's banned. You can't do it.
So basically, you can choose to have like a path will like affect living things, or like it won't affect living things, but usually not both.
Mm.
So like,
Well, I like the DDoSing person idea.
I
That's
think
fun.
I would pick that over
Yeah,
technology because you can already do that, but you can't DDoS people.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, if he's also a tinker, then he can create the things that DDoS
does he need to
objects.
enter to DDoS a person?
Well, we're saying he can make
What?
technology that does what he does.
Yeah. So he has the power to DDoS a person, but he also has the tinker tech to do it.
Yeah.
To DDoS a person also?
Yeah.
Not a DDoS tech. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying.
That's not even a thing. Like you can just do that if you don't have superpowers.
I think
Yeah.
there doesn't need to be a power. That can be just be something he does. Like he's just a hacker.
All right.
just going
We're
with
gonna
the
go with the
brand.
DDoS people. So we got to define how that works now.
But wait, I don't think we're done. I think that's half of it, but I don't think we're done with it.
Okay.
So DDoSing people. So the reason that I was thinking was because he is overwhelmed with information and he doesn't know how he's going to catch up, and he just kind of does that to other people. Then, so he kind of brings other people down to where he is instead of bringing himself up to where they are.
Yeah, I like that. Pull him down into the dirt.
But
Sure.
I feel like there's still more to it than just doing that one thing. Like, what's the second half of it?
Well, that's what we were just giving you. We said we give him tinker power so he can DDoS people as well.
That's like super one-dimensional though. You guys are thinking really small. You can't have it so my ability is I can DDoS people, but then my other abilities I can also do this to technology, which I can also do if I didn't have a power.
Can we get like an example of a good power? Like I don't know if you explained one while I was not here, but like so far I know Metal Face was bad, but I didn't hear the example because like the main character of Worm was like I can use bugs, which is like pretty simple on the surface, but like then you you come up with stuff within that. But like the pitch is very easy to make.
All right, I'm gonna scroll up to what I had before. So Pat or Nick, like Pat asked how detailed we should go, and I said try not to be too shallow, add some details. So instead of a car crash, get specific about what happened, where were they
I
going.
read this.
Right,
This made
right.
sense,
But that was for
like,
us creating the trigger
Yeah,
events.
that was about the event. I'm talking about like what what's
Okay, good power.
what's like
Okay.
a good if DDoSing people is too simple, what's like a good example?
Well, it's like powers aren't usually so one-sided, and like DDoSing people is not like. Will that even be interesting to play as if that's like your only ability? And like DDoSing technology also is not that interesting. It's really it's like one thing that you can do.
All right, here's what we do. So this trigger event has the multiple power trigger based on how it was written. So we pick one of those other things it could be, and we make something there the secondary power. So we have our primary DDoS power, and we just pick something as another second minor power.
Like I think what like a way to do it that would work well is focus on what like try and like isolate parts of what it's saying. So don't think about like what kind of power it would be. Just try and like identify the elements that are like kind of listed. So like for example, we already talked about like being overwhelmed, right? There's also being left behind. How can you fit in is another part of it.
Well, I was thinking if we lightly touched on the idea of stranger being a secondary sort of category for this person, maybe they can somehow make themselves like instead of getting them to fit in, they just disappear somehow.
Here I got. So they can DDoS a person and then transform into that person. It's like an infiltration.
But why?
So they don't. So they
because,
themselves don't have.
No. I do know why. It's because then they are fitting in. This person starts fitting in when they couldn't fit in before on their own, so they're taking over as someone and fitting in as them.
Yeah, I could see it.
Maybe. Any other ideas?
What was I gonna say? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, my basic thing was basically just disappearing, but I kind of like Brad's better. Because mine
Because now it has applications.
Because they're not trying to disappear, right?
No, they're not disappearing.
Right. So yeah, I think that's why I think Brad's version is better because then they're
like they're trying to do the like they were disappeared from everyone else for a long time. They don't want to hide anymore. They want to fit in. So yeah, yours doesn't not make sense.
Wow.
Some might say it does make sense.
Yeah.
High praise.
Well, the implication is different or whatever.
I would say maybe a thing.
So when you say like that doesn't, it's like if you say something like that doesn't not make sense, that would mean like it makes sense, but like
Not enough.
I'm shaky on it or something.
Mm-hmm.
It does make sense, but I feel like we should try and spend like another 5 minutes on this.
Okay, because we've been here for an hour. Pat's been in the dark for almost an hour now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, no, we started at 9:23.
Okay, all right, so
Probably
40
like
minutes,
30
but
30 minutes.
still, we should be wrapping this up soon because we got 2 or 3 more for this to
Wait,
get
5
through.
minutes, I don't think we'll kill that.
All
So
right.
let's do 5 more minutes and then we'll call it.
Okay.
I'm partial to my power.
I think possibly as an alteration to Brad's, you could possibly. I don't know. I keep coming back around to the idea that you can like manipulate a person, but like maybe through the DDoS attack, you can make them. I don't know. Break them like.
Nick, you're onto something.
Brain
Yes,
dead.
yes, okay.
Expand on what a DDoS is like.
It's an overflow of information. You're
Yeah,
overloading somebody's.
I'm saying like you
Yeah,
could.
that's another point.
We could go into more about how like it's not just like you're either DDoSing them or you're not. Like there's more you can do in there. Like
Yeah, you can
like,
you can DDoS them with a command maybe and
can you
make them do
send
that.
people like a barrage of
Yeah, you
like,
could
thoughts of some type. Like what are
Yeah,
you sending
yeah.
them? Like could you sort of like subliminally beat someone into submission? Like, what?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, we could do something like that where we're like maybe like, you know how I you know, in D&D you have the spell suggestion, and if they fail the check, then they have to take the course of action that you're suggesting. So it could be something like that where you have the ability to just barrage, like, you know, the idea of subliminal messages, except it's not subliminal. It is very very subliminal.
Completely overt. It's totally not subliminal.
You just get like 100 voices in your head, like, you should totally shoot this dude.
Yeah,
or shoot him.
Exactly.
Like
or I guess
and, like, it wouldn't necessarily work, but like, who knows?
Yeah,
I think you're on the right track, but I think you guys have still gotten a little away from the situation. Why would he try and control one person? Like, it has to be, if he's going to control people, like for master powers, like he's going to be controlling like a larger group to some extent. So
maybe it's just sort of like broadcast. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be like an AoE thing.
Where just like spread, I mean, you could spread this so like he can overwhelm one person, or he can spread like this information over a large group. So it's the same amount, but he can kind of like focus it on one person to like make their head explode or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or he can kind of try and influence a lot of people so what he does, so he can fit in.
Yeah.
Okay. See, what I'm seeing is these are the three things that we've come up with are all just three applications of the same power, and we're just coming up with ways to apply it.
I can make a use case that explains how it fits in with his trigger. So imagine
we don't have to. Sorry, we don't have to come up with separate powers each time. We're just kind of iterating on one power to figure out how it works best.
Yeah, so I think the use case that would work best with his insecurities is that, let's say this guy needs to go out and get groceries. He is so paranoid about not fitting in that while he's out, he will just say, he will broadcast at a low level to everybody that he sees around him, just like, ignore me, ignore me, ignore me, ignore me, ignore me, ignore me. And so that
works.
Yeah.
And so, like, either they give into your demand, or hopefully, or they just sort of, their brain explodes, like, not literally, but like,
right.
They just sort of
in the case I'm thinking of,
probably good.
He has to apply his power to so many people because he's so worried about literally anybody noticing him that it's not really going to do much other than, like, they just turn away. Like, that's it for them. But then if he chooses to focus his power on one person, then he can really fuck them up and, like, definitely get them to do something. So,
yeah.
Honestly, if you like try and DDoS one person, like, I feel like they'll just pass out.
Yeah, that's a possibility. We could.
It's got like a cooldown if you use it on one specific person like that. Because otherwise you can just knock everybody out.
No, he can only. So like, what I thought was like, it's kind of like he has this amount of information, right?
Okay, yeah, that's the limit. Okay.
It's always like 10 gigabytes or whatever, right? So he can spread that among 10 people or like 30 people. Right? Or he can put that on one person. So the one person will get overwhelmed. The 30 people will be influenced by what he's trying to put out.
This has my seal of approval.
Yeah,
I like the application you said about ignoring me.
Yeah.
So like, ignore me and now you're invisible.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Exactly. Yeah.
So like, wait, does he have like a single level of like how much he's sending at once? So like, if you wanted to influence someone but not like overload their brain, you have to also send it to a bunch of other people you don't necessarily want to be impacting?
I think
can you just turn on like the low setting for one person?
Like a single stream.
Like, how does it work?
I think it's better if he can't focus it, because that's cool, like what you said, right? Where if he wants to focus on one person, he has to affect everyone.
Like, if you want this dude to open a locked door, you also have to give 29 other random people sort of nearby that urge. And they're like, what the fuck is he talking?
As an alternate to that, As an alternate to that, he could spread the load to himself. He just
fucking loses his mind.
That doesn't make any sense. How would he spread the load to himself?
He could choose to target himself as, like, spread the rest of
How do you stop?
Then I don't. Well,
what does it mean to spread the load?
It's like, oh yeah, okay, listen, party. I'm gonna have to make all of you guys lose your minds, but it's worth it.
Just hang in there. We're gonna just.
You'll come back to your senses in like 10 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe what we should do is
we don't have to have some sort of anti-DDoS helmet or something.
Not necessarily.
This is going to be rough.
I think Well, first of all, I don't think he should be able to like focus it on one person without doing a lot of damage, because I think
Yeah, I
that
like that.
all the powers have like significant downsides, basically.
Okay.
I love downsides.
So like, or not even necessarily significant. They all have some kind of downside.
Yeah.
So I think having that like would be really interesting. It would lead to interesting situations to think about. Like, okay, we need to sneak into this base, but if I give this guy the command to open the door, I like 30 other people are going to get the command too, and like one of them might realize, like, or like someone else around them might be like, "What are you doing?" Right?
Yeah,
And they might know that it's you.
Yeah.
I think that'll make it interesting to like see how you try and work around the limitations of your power. That's another big thing. Is like what makes powers interesting are their limitations.
Right.
You know, Superman is an interesting character, but he's not interesting to watch fight because he doesn't have a lot of limitations.
He punched really hard.
Yeah, it's just like I'm gonna punch harder.
Yeah.
Right. While like a character that is like the main character of Worm, right? Controlling bugs is pretty good, but like it's kind of one-sided. But she tries to find ways to like make
they get creative with it. Like you need to have it so that it's on its surface is pretty basic. It can be useful, but it's like pretty straightforward. But then you can do amazing stuff with it if you really think about it. I think we're ready to bring Pat back in. Do we need?
Yeah,
we can like resolve residual questions as like over the course of the week until next session when we get the other people's powers. I feel like so. We got the basic idea though.
On this anyways.
Okay. So
I think we got something good in the end.
Yeah.
It's just
It was just
Master Stranger.
It was like 20 minutes of futzing around, but then we got the idea.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you got to do that.
It's gonna happen though. Like it's like even if we get like the idea of it, like we still have to like figure out how it's gonna work specifically.
Mm-hmm. All right, Pat's gonna come back in a sec.
So who gets to break the news to him?
What's up, gamers?
All right, Pat.
Hey,
After a
Rage
long
Shadow
period
Legends,
of
that's your power.
deliberation.
This power is brought
Okay.
to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
Jesus Christ. Do you want to go for it,
There's a
Yash?
lot of debate here.
Your
Yeah.
power.
Oh yes.
You have like a good name for it. I'm just gonna call it DDoS. So
Wait, hold up. Let me start up a Google Drive for this shit.
okay, sure. I'm also taking written notes. I'll just type them up, so you guys don't have to write them down now if you don't want to.
Oh, okay.
But DDoS, basically, you read the trigger, right? Like you know what the trigger is. So
Yeah.
a big thing about it was like being overwhelmed, right? And like you don't know how you're gonna fit in to society now. So your power is like you basically like bring other people down to where you are by like overwhelming their brains with information. So the thing is though, is like you have like kind of like a set like data size or file size or whatever, where it's like you can affect like 30 people, let's say, that are around you, and like make it kind of like a suggestion, right? Where it's like, you know, like all of you like ignore me was like Nick's example, right? Because like you get like anxiety going out, so you just put out this like ignore me command, and like people won't really like pay attention to you, so you can like go about your business, you know, with a little less anxiety. But at the same time, then if you try and tell one person like that and you focus on them, you're going to ignore them you're going to
Overwhelm them.
break their minds because you're putting like 30 people's worth of information in their head, and like it'll knock them unconscious or whatever. So the idea then is like you need to if you want to influence one person without like breaking their mind, you have to like kind of do it to 30 other people or however many other people. We haven't decided on like a specific number, but that's the idea. So you are a master, thinker, stranger. So master because you are affecting other people and controlling them in some way. Thinker because I mean it's like a mental power. It is thinker, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
I guess I would sort of think of it as like they, again, just relating it back to their time in isolation and spending a ton of time on the internet, they've like turned into a sponge for information. So like imagine just getting fucking bombarded in your mind about wiki articles about like somehow, you know, ignoring people or something like that, or isolation issues or that kind of thing. And so that is kind of what I envision as their power. It's like they just dump that info in their head into other people's heads.
So when it's being described, it sounds like I just take whatever overstimulus I'm receiving, and then I can pull them to someone else. Do I have like that sort of connection to like a database or something? Like, do I
We weren't.
have Wikipedia in my brain, or is that just like a metaphor?
You don't have a computer in your brain.
It's not literal, but because of how much you're part of your thinker ability is that you've been able to soak up this much information and like retain it in long-term memory, but it also is still, you know, fucking with you because that is so fucking much information, and so you can use it and then like by spraying it out to other people, but you're still
Okay, so I have a database of information in my brain, like not a literal computer, but like I just have a shit ton of information in my brain, like long term, sort of like photogenic memory or like Sherlock Holmes or some shit like that, right?
Sure, yeah, and then you can the
way I thought about it.
So, I mean, that's what I'm picking up from Nick, but what I'm picking up from just you is what's it called? Is that like whatever overstimulus I'm receiving, I can project that onto other people. And like if I say project that overstimulus onto like one person, the amount of overstimulus will like shut them down and like break them. But if I project it onto like 30 people, as the example you said, it'll instead just sort of like
incline them.
Yeah, incline them to adversely like move away from me or something like that. Like depending on what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I didn't really think about it as projecting specific information as much. Like I just thought of it as like you can kind of make people like suggest things to them.
I guess some other things I was thinking of like
as like a mirror to your anxiety.
Which of the 3 deadly curses from Harry Potter is the one that makes people do? I mean, it's basically suggestion. Like that's what it breaks down to. But it's just
it can also resist you too, to an extent.
Yeah.
Like it's not like 100% like Kilgrave. Like they're gonna listen to you. Like if someone's really strong-willed or something, they might it might not work as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you want to do the database thing, you can do that too.
Yeah,
we don't.
We got the general concept down. We can iron out the rest of the super specifics over the course of the week or so until we actually start up. But that's the general concept is that it is suggestion, like mass suggestion, but with downsides. And then you can also turn it into suggestion, but that just has
like a super suggestion.
Yeah, super fuck you suggestion that'll actually break your mind.
Okay, so yeah, I'm getting that like I essentially have a set pool if I want to put this into game terms, like gaming game terms.
Yep.
I have a set pool of fuck you, and then I can use that pool of fuck you to suggest people to do things. But if I overdo that, then that'll really fuck with the person and like break them.
Yeah.
But they can, if they are strong, like will or strong mentally fortitude enough, like they can resist it.
Possibly, but it becomes harder if you're focusing more on them. If you're just focusing on them, I would say it's next to impossible to break, to not break.
Right, and even if they do resist it, they're still dealing with like residual effects from it, which leaves room for everybody else to kind of.
It could make them distracted from their current course of action or something like that because their mind is being flooded.
Would it? Do I have to have line of sight?
I mean, that's something that we can figure out.
We'll figure that out later. And like cooldown, also we have to figure out later.
Okay.
Continuously.
Yeah.
Okay, and is it just like emotional, or is it just like, because it sounds like, could I tell someone like, hey, tell me everything you know about this or that, and like, just really big fuck you strong suggest, and like I break their mind, they tell me whatever, and then they just fucking slump over?
I don't think you can suggest to like. Okay, so it's like the same amount of like power each time, right? It's like if you have like, I don't know, like some kind of like capacitor that has like, you know, like 300 volts each time. So like you can kind of, if you put it on one person, you're gonna like fry their brain, right? So try and spread it out to more people. And I don't think it has to be like a set amount of people, but like this power is always the same. So like you can try and make it like a stronger suggestion by like reducing the amount of people that you're affecting, maybe. So like instead of 30, you like do it to 10. But that's still 30 volts, or I mean, who cares how many it really is?
Fuck
yeah.
math.
Like, it's still a lot, and you might like kind of break their mind anyways if you're like not using the right amount. So you have to kind of be careful. But like I don't think you can. Like I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
Biggest concern is just really like, what can I do with the suggestions? Like, I guess that's like, because that's very like open ended.
Yeah.
And if it's like, like I don't want something that's like super broken. That's like, oh, I could just solve all my problems by like interrogating someone and having them spill all their beans, and then I break their mind because I focused all of my power on just
I would
them.
say if you tried to interrogate someone and focus all your DDoS powers onto their brain, you wouldn't get any answers. They would just collapse immediately.
Yeah, you just knock them out.
Yeah,
You
they would
have to
turn.
spread
They
it
would.
out.
They would probably turn into a vegetable. Like if you did that.
I don't think
Okay.
it would turn into a vegetable. But
Okay.
you would knock them out.
I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Like you can't just.
But like,
So like the
But
limit
could I,
is
like-
that you have to spread it out to other people if you want to like.
If you want the
some of them.
suggestion to like actually take place instead of them just turning into just falling over,
Yeah, so you can
Okay.
use it as like an attack, or you can use it as like a suggestion.
but you can't.
But
Can I tell someone to
here's
kill
the
themselves?
thing. Go ahead.
Can I tell someone to kill themselves?
There'd probably be a strong will check associated with
I
that.
don't think so.
Well, I don't
Like,
think just because you're
yeah.
suggesting it doesn't mean they have to do it.
Right.
That's
Yeah, you
true.
can, you
Okay.
can tell someone. We have to figure out, I guess, like what kind of suggestions they are.
Yeah.
Like how
Yeah.
they.
I don't know. I was thinking with the
You can
example.
say no to this power. You can reject one power once if you're like the player that it's for. You can say that you
Does
just
it-
don't like this power, and we can make you.
Does it change up the trigger?
What?
Does it change up the trigger?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. If you don't, we can get a new trigger. I have a list of backup triggers from like the
Public
other players.
I'm interested in this power, but I feel like there's a lot of variables and like my biggest concern is just like what's it called?
Gameplay.
Like, well, not gameplay, but just like me as a person.
Mhm.
Y'all are like talking like as like capacitors and like DDoS and stuff, and I can like conceptualize that, but I'm also concerned that like I'm misinterpreting it some way. And, like, maybe we could like tool that out, or maybe we could like tool that out and like try to figure out like, oh, how can we best word this? Or maybe it's better to just like pick up a new power, you know?
Yeah,
Because it seems like
Mhm.
I'm sorry, go on.
The last thing you said, it like.
What's it called? I think it's like this power is very open ended.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of tough for me to conceptualize like what exactly I can do, other than just like I fry someone's brain and I can knock them out. I think I can do the suggestion thing. Like, I mean, I can work with this. I think I can work with this. I'm just trying to figure out like what my limitations are, or what my limitations I would have found like within the time of me like getting this power.
I don't know if they properly went over everything because we spent 40 minutes talking about not 40 minutes talking about this. This was like the last 10 to 15 minutes. But basically, what
Yeah.
happened was, you have a set bar of
Yeah.
just think of it like a magic power, right? You have this set
Yeah.
bar of magic, and you can use that. This is the amount that you get, and what you can do is you can distribute that to multiple people all at the same time, but it's a lesser effect. Or you can focus it on one person for a more concentrated effect.
You think of like hose nozzles
Yeah.
or something.
But the more concentrated effect will more than likely just knock them out instead of actually affecting them.
Probably.
Yeah.
Depending on who they are, perhaps.
Yeah.
Their level
Okay.
of mental
Okay.
fortitude
Okay. Yeah.
or something
'Cause they
like
could be
that.
like a fucking genius or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe
Okay.
instead of saying DDoS or DDoS, we say like it's like the amount of focus that you can force on other people.
Yeah.
I was just
Or
thinking,
something
like,
along those lines.
So it's like it's like you have this set amount of water. Everyone is a cup, and you're pouring this water in like 10 cups, right?
Yeah.
And it'd be like too
That
much.
makes sense.
If you're doing it to one person, they're just gonna overflow. Like
Yeah.
they can't handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes. I'm getting that part. I guess like I'm getting a bit lost on the suggestion part, but I think that's something we can just clear up like as we go.
No,
Yeah.
I get your problem. I think I understand what you're saying.
Like, because if I'm saying like, because it's not a command then, so it's like me going like, hey, can you please like walk over there, or can you please walk away from me, or like, please fucking kill yourself, like,
This would be like a social stat that you'd have like that would be affected by this.
Mm.
Okay.
Social and
Yeah. I would say if we want to go back to the example of like you going out and then you saying ignore me to everybody that is around you, trying to distribute your power as much as possible to anybody nearby, just to give them the slight suggestion of ignoring you, in their heads it's just like all of a sudden they get a weird nagging like intrusive thought, I guess is a way you can think of it, where they're just like, oh wow, I should ignore that. But then like the more you concentrate it, the more powerful that intrusive thought becomes, and the more if they're not mentally like fortified, then they're more likely to succumb to that intrusive thought. And then it also depends on how extreme the action is. Like ignore me is not really much of like an extreme action, so it's not really going to take much for them to succumb to it, and so they're just going to be like, I guess I'll ignore that guy, and then they just look away, and then you can go about your day. If you
There's a lot of. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if you then go to 30 people and you say kill yourself to 30 people, that is not going to fly, because that is a very extreme action, and I would say even with like an average amount of mental fortitude, anybody who has that kind of intrusive thought is going to slide it off, because it's so insane that you're not going to do that. But if you try to then focus that all onto one or like five people, I would say, like you try to focus it on that, then the intrusive thought becomes a lot louder in their head, and they become more, depending on their mental fortitude, they become more susceptible to acting on the intrusive thought.
I think I want to. Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
I think I want to like move on and build up someone else's like powers, so I can get a better understanding of how like this whole like the mechanics of the powers work within the world.
Mm-hmm.
That way I can get a better understanding if like I want to keep this power, or if I want to drop this power.
Okay.
Like,
No,
I'm
yeah,
not sure
what you're saying. This is actually a little one-sided in gameplay. Yeah, this is kind of like a little like you can do like there's not really like a vast variety of like attacks available. It's like you can overwhelm one person, or you can try to influence so many people, and then you like roll to see whether you're successful or not.
Mm-hmm.
This would be like a social stat.
Hey, can I bring up something that we talked about and see what Pat thinks about it? With the if you fully DDoS the person, you can kind of act as them, like you kind of step into their shoes.
Are we bringing that back? I don't know about that one.
I don't know.
It gets a little weird at that point, because it seems like that's like, how would that work in the world space?
Right. I was just thinking it would be a way to open up like different power sets than just the cup of water analogy.
I think.
Sorry, yeah.
Well,
go back.
First of all, I think this power is like really, really interesting. But there are like some mechanical things that I'm like still sort of lost on. I'm trying to like figure out how I can verbalize it. Like mechanical things in this, like not even in game sense, because I'm assuming that like the game will be able to cover like whatever stuff is going on. But like as far as like narrative sense, with like I'm thinking like how would I like play this? And like I think there's a bit of vagueness with like how I can tackle the suggestion, because it's like in the sense of maybe, and maybe it's just because I'm tired and like my brain's like fried, but like in the sense of like suggesting people to ignore me, right?
Yeah.
And it comes in as an like, would it come in as an intrusive thought? Would that be something that people can detect? Would that be something that like people don't detect? Like, is it just because if it's like an intrusive thought and like somebody goes and my brain goes like ignore that, then me as a normal person, I'd be like, wait, why do I want to do that? You know, it's like
I feel like maybe
kinda...
I have no idea about any sort of like in-game mechanics or anything, but I feel like if sort of like what Nick was saying earlier, if it's an action that like isn't that far out of their way, then they might think nothing of it.
And just
Like
take
they
it
just
as
think
it
they're
is.
actually having this thought. Sure, like if it's something you wouldn't really even like examine mentally, then it
You
would
might
be
just
fine.
go
Like
with
you just
it.
say like keep walking. They're like okay, sure, you know. But if it's
I do
like
need to do that. Breathe.
turn
Okay,
left
I'll
and
do
punch
that.
this dude, it's like I'm gonna think about whether this is a good idea, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
or something like that.
I'm just thinking, in terms of like me applying it, I could, like, I'm not sure how. I think it's gonna be more about like clearing up what the intention, like what the intended action I want is. Then, because it's like if I say that I want to suggest something, but a different reaction occurs that I didn't intend. So let's say I go, oh, I want everyone to like keep walking and ignore me or something like that. Then people start walking into the middle of the street and like start getting run over by cars or some shit, or something like, I want this person to turn around, and then the person like, I don't know, fucking like does a 360
Spins in
and
place.
straight up,
Yeah.
spins in place. Like, I'm just like
There might be a little
concerned
bit of
about, like,
monkey's paw going on, but
yeah.
I don't know if that's
I mean,
like the
I'm
focus of it.
still willing to work with it. I'm still willing to work with it. I think it's just like a matter of, as long as I'm able to make clear decisions, like clear choices, and like my decisions are like can be informed by what's going on and not just be like fucked around with by like some random thing that
The monkey's paw.
yeah, like some random monkey's paw thing that like
Oh, Pat
I'll-
didn't specify, you know. Yeah.
like, oh fuck, like, don't fuck, god damn it, like, oh man, he had specified that he wanted like 2-ply toilet paper, and now his 1-ply
You
is
get
like
fucking 1-ply.
it's like
Yeah.
I mean, it's like,
I would
it's
say
exhausting.
I think we would have to just then default to like the common sense, like just work off of common sense and work it out at the table. Where like if you say keep walking, everybody
They're not
would
gonna
walk.
just. They're gonna. Yeah. They're not
Everybody
just
would
gonna walk
walk in the direction that they were. They would continue on the route that they were ordained to walk down. When you issued the
right. They're not just
suggestion.
gonna walk off in a random direction. And
Right. If you tell
die.
them, hey, walk to the middle of the street, first of all, gonna be difficult because that's a very weird, intrusive thought. But also, like, then if it succeeds, then they will walk specifically into the middle of the road.
Yeah. Another thing is,
pin in this power for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Computers are valid.
Can I go next?
Yeah, sure.
All right, bet.
Yeah.
Nick, why don't we go next after me, bud?
No. Actually, I rescind my ask because I realize that this is going to take so long that I think I'll just cut the stream when it's my turn to be my powers decided on, because it's just going to be a lot of dead air, and so we could just cover the other ones.
That makes sense.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So, yeah,
All
we'll
right.
do everyone else first.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's do it.
I can
All
do
right.
that.
All right, you got number 2, which Pat came up with. So,
Oh,
Ooh.
Pat, we traded.
I guess.
No, it's not fun. I came up with some good ones.
Okay, here, let me turn on screen share.
All right.
Pikachu, I choose 2. Yash, read it with your dulcet tones.
Okay, 2, high expectations. Your parents were capes who always kept a good public image. When they married and started raising you, things seemed off at home. They homeschooled you, forced you to distance yourself from other children. They made you undergo personal training every day, groomed you to their ideals.
I like where this is going.
They wanted you to be able to take care of yourself since they were usually busy protecting Detroit.
Become
However, once you turned 13, things started turning for the worse. Training accidents became more common, and they would yell and berate you more and more. Expectations had to be met, or else you would have to be corrected. And those corrections usually tended to err on the side of abuse. and everything that happened at home was always kept secret from the public eye. One day, the three of you took a trip in a family friend's helicopter. They told everyone that it would be to show you what it would feel like to see Detroit the way they saw it. When they brought you up, however, they took the helicopter away from the city and over the Erie, away from any prying eyes. That's when they told you what a disappointment you were, and that it was a shame you never developed any power.
Yes.
They both leapt from the helicopter in midair and fled as you plummeted towards the lake. You remember rattling and screaming as everything shook around you, the lake speeding faster and faster towards you. You were supposed to die, but then you trigger, you get it.
Triggered! Fuck you, Lake.
Oh,
you think
I
I'm gonna
like
get
this.
killed by you?
Oh, I like this a lot, and I already
That's
have
all
an
the
idea
Lake's
for
fault.
it. Although it's pretty straightforward, so we're definitely gonna need to work on it. But I think I have an idea.
It's all the
Pat.
Lake's fault.
Pat, did you go
What's
into a
up?
different stream channel, or did you just hang up when it was...
You can right click
No,
on
I
yourself,
just-
and you
I
can
just-
deafen, and that'll.
Oh, you were still here? Alright. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
You can
I'm gonna
listen.
step out for like 15 minutes. So...
Ha, 15, that's it?
I'll be back. Come up with something good, okay?
All right.
I went to the bathroom. I took a shit. I made a sandwich. I
Yeah,
came
for
back,
real,
and I
man, it was
still talking.
forever.
I was
Yeah.
like,
I'm
holy
just worried
shit.
you guys are gonna finish in like 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna be gone for 10 minutes.
No, you're good.
Really, that's not going to happen, Brad. That's one thing I can
Alright, cool. I will catch you guys when I have a superpower.
All right. See ya.
Okay, so one thing right off the bat, real quick, is I mean, like, it looks like this almost wouldn't have worked, but the way you set it up, it does work. But, like, you can't force someone to try and trigger. So, like, if this was, like, trying to force him to trigger, that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But it says that they just
Well,
were abandoning him, so that's fine. That works out really well.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% because I remember reading that like the government does cover up like the fact that triggers like other thing that like creates powers and stuff, but I wasn't 100% sure if I read that somewhere or if I like misheard. So I did want to keep it vague that like if they knew or not. I feel like after a couple of years of like I think like they're two super peoples that like get together and like they're so obsessed with this public image that they're like, oh, eventually I would expect that if like two people come like with superpowers come together and start talking with each other, they'll eventually realize that like these defining events, these trigger events, are like something that'll like cause powers.
I can stop
So,
you right there. Capes do, or like parahumans do know that they get powers through trigger events.
Oh, okay.
Well, then
So
that's
people
yeah.
without powers
Which
know.
this still works in that case because the parents know that they need their child to have an accident. They just need to make it seem in the child's mind to be like an accident. Like the child, I mean, the way you wrote it, it sounds like they weren't really. They knew something was off, but they weren't really clued into it. And so then they just kept saying these things as accidents, but when in reality they were trying to force a trigger.
Like
It wouldn't work though. You can't force it even if the person doesn't know.
Really?
How does that work? How does the universe know?
It's not okay. So this is pretty major spoilers, Kyle. Do you want me to go into it?
I don't know.
I actually was thinking about that, and honestly, like, I don't think they would have like I don't know again everything about the world, so I was kind of going off of some assumptions.
Yeah,
but
also,
I think like they would have figured out that the trigger events was like the thing that causes powers, but I don't think they would have known all the mechanics about it. I mean, I didn't, obviously. So it would be like reasonable for them to be like, oh, these trigger events are like things that we have to like do, but them not seeing any development was like, oh, okay, well, this is a fucking failure.
Yeah.
Okay, so with parents, I think I mentioned this before, but like if your parents are if your parents are parahumans, then you basically almost guaranteed to get powers. And like it takes much less of a trigger to like, especially if like both of your parents were like super. Ooh, it might be more interesting if like his mom or something like cheated on his dad, because that would make it at least a little more like
very spicy
trigger. Because like for example, in the book, there's like a family of independent superheroes, and their secret identities are known to the public too, because their whole thing was like about transparency. But it was like both parents had powers, and their daughter triggered. So like the mom triggered because her and her sister were kidnapped and tortured, and then her daughter triggered at a basketball game because she like missed a free throw. So like when your parents are proud, when your parents have powers, the like threshold is much less for you to get powers. So it's interesting that he didn't get powers here. And maybe it also would be interesting if like how powerful do you think he would be then if like he has this series of a trigger and he also
does that amplify like the power level based on like is that a mechanic?
I don't know. Maybe. So the most powerful powers. Okay, so for some of them, I think it does have some effect. But at the same time, it is a little random, I think. But like a lot of like the villains are really powerful because they get like they're fucked up, right? They're fucked up because something really serious happened to them.
Okay.
So it also it's like I can't explain it too much without spoiling it for Kyle.
Could I then just offer?
Am I the only one you're holding back for?
Yeah, I think like Brad. Well, Brad's not even here, but I don't think Nick or
I don't care.
Pat, I'm assuming, are going to read the book.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't read it. I haven't been reading it, so.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
regardless of all of this
really
discussion
care.
of the mechanics of the world, I think we could still, from this, if this is a scenario that's presented and the scenario is valid in the world that is created in some sense, like it may be unlikely, but it sounds like from everything you've said that this is possible, that this can occur. I think we should just move on to discussion of powers, and I'd like to just throw mine out there from the get-go. Is just this sounds like, from what I've read of the brief synopsis, this seems very much like the perfect storm for a Trumper like scenario. And I think, yeah, like a Trump power, right? That's related to. Well, yeah, Trumper. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, powers that involve power. So I would think that because this kid was utterly, fucking betrayed by because of their parents' powers, their parents wanted their kid to have power so badly that they tried to put them in harm's way, and so that would make them hate powers, I would assume. And so I think, while this is rather simplistic, and I think we should definitely like build something a little better than this as a starting point, some kind of nullification of powers in a radius, just because like that would be. I think that would be the first thing that they would want to do with their parents, is be like take their powers away.
Okay, so I think Trump powers have to have like another power directly involved.
Oh,
so like his parents, like I don't know if like maybe this would have it, but I'm not sure. And I think if it did have a Trump aspect, it would be like pretty small. Because like the Trump aspect is that his parents just flew out of the helicopter, I think.
I mean, I kept that vague, but yeah, they would have like had some way to like get out of the fucking helicopter and survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they could fly because it also said that they wanted to show him what it was like for them.
Yeah.
To like see the city.
I mean, yeah, that was what I had in mind.
So what do you guys?
That flying is a pretty common power, like that you just get on top of whatever else you.
So what do you guys think then for possible categories?
Should I throw like my input or like?
Yeah, you're part of the discussion.
I mean, because I didn't write it up, so I didn't have a power in mind when I was writing it up.
I didn't have a power in mind either.
That's illegal.
I mean, I was just kind of like. It was like a
you can go ahead.
So like, I guess it'd be something like, and I don't know, I didn't really have a category because I don't remember the categories off the top of my head. I think it was something movement based. But it was like that he would be able to adjust like gravity, and adjust like how gravity affected him or maybe something else. Because the whole thing would be that like it would be essentially a metaphor for like the crushing weight of their expectations coming upon him. But then like he was now able to control like if he was able to like float above that or like fucking what's it called, use that to like crush someone else or something else like that.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Part of that was also.
Is that so? Are we talking like an Weaverdice kind of situation from My Hero, where?
Sort of.
What?
I was thinking that like
What?
could
So Weaverdice, the striker power, because she has to touch something to make it float.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
And I don't think this is striker. You know, do you want me to? So, here, let me just read through the trigger. So I like your reasoning for the gravity power. I'm not going to disagree with it, but I'll read the trigger event stuff for movers just for the record. So trigger events produce movement if they involve a drive to escape, flee, or run. The exact circumstances, okay, blah, 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 that's not important. They also have a list, though, of types of movers, like 12 types, with the type of trigger that would be associated. So takeoff mover produces an effect on departure, involves closer known relations to the source, frequently involving family, blood, long-term relationships. Transit mover produces an effect while traveling, involves entangled, complicated personal or contextual relationships to the source. Terminus mover provides an effect on arrival, involves combative, known relations to the source. Slip and hurdle movers often have their body changed and altered to perform their ability, having faint, brute, breaker, stranger, or changer components. Their trigger events involve an accumulation of small abuses and hassles. So slip maximizes maneuverability and avoidance, but doesn't cover a lot of ground. So that is trying to escape from small attacks, but with harm impossible to ignore, often from multiple sources. Hurdle mover, capable of enhanced running, jumping, or climbing, or some combination. Tries to escape harassment with a sustained campaign of being tracked, never having a moment to breathe. A lot of these seem kind of fitting. So we can choose from like a bunch, I guess. I'm
actually not sure then. From hearing them, based on like what I was thinking. But again, like we can make it fit for mover. But I was thinking then maybe it's either like a shaker, a blaster, or a striker, because like I think it'd be like the kid like putting it on like it's like more of an external thing and not like I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could make it mover.
Mover seems like the closest stressor to what they were. I mean, you're trying to get out of a crashing helicopter, I guess, so.
That's true. That's true.
You shouldn't actually look at the helicopter too much.
Okay.
That's kind of like a misdirect a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't want to focus on the helicopter as much as, you know, so I like your gravity stuff, and let's just try and do that here, right?
Sure.
Let's try and just isolate the themes of what's like going on, and then we can kind of base it off of the themes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely like, definitely the biggest one then was like pressure and gravity, and having that like shit put onto a person, especially a young person, and sort of those like expectations building upon them, and compounding and like pushing them down. But like,
how do they feel about it? So how do they feel about this? So like, it doesn't really say too much about like, I mean, I understand because you're probably trying to keep it open, but like, how do you think they must have felt? So like, these accidents kind of keep happening more and more, and they would yell at you and berate you, and expectations have to be met or you would be corrected, which is basically abused. So how do they feel? Like, are they disappointed that they don't have a power, right? Are they disappointed that their parents down? Or are they instead, you know, they're angry at their parents because they feel like they shouldn't be held to this standard? Or do they just want to escape altogether? Or do they wish their parents loved them? Like, what are their feelings about the situation?
That's a tough one. Wow. Because like, that's really something that I thought Brad would come up with. But I guess like if I had to pick one, then I guess it would be a mix between like they would wish that their parents loved them more in the sense without powers, but they would also be disappointed that they couldn't produce. You know, they couldn't make.
Yeah.
They couldn't have powers. You know.
They didn't meet the expectations.
Yeah, because like it's expectations. Because it's like, I mean, if your parents are literal superheroes, right? And then like it's sky high. Like this kid is sky high.
Yeah.
It's like the thing. It's like they couldn't like produce powers. You know, so it definitely like it's definitely that disappointment that they couldn't like meet those expectations.
Okay.
And if they want to get angry about it, I'll go on.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say if they want to get angry about it, then like that's probably something that like they could do, but I don't think they'd be thinking that like at the point of their trigger.
Okay, so it's disappointment and desiring, like a desire for love.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a few of the tinker types that fit. Just like give us like a direction. So the takeoff mover, which is you make an effect when you start moving. Closer known relations to the source involving family. Then terminus produces an effect on arrival, involves combative known relations to the source. Wait, what is? Let me just.
Transit.
Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, I guess it is complicated. Yeah, I was thinking of rocket, or like it's like you have this thing approaching, and no, actually, sorry, that doesn't fit. I was thinking of fly. My bad. Fly has reality hitting home after failure to reach their dreams. Or realizing their mortality, desire to escape.
Yeah, no, that's I think that's rotate. That's rotate.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's use that one, I guess.
that's easy. What the fuck? That's 100% it. Because it's like they couldn't yeah. Yeah, that's definitely in line.
If it's too well, it's like
that's fine. That's fine.
I
We don't need to spend 40 minutes trying to make the ultimate custom power here. I think if that fits in, then we just. So what does that? What powers?
Yeah, no, I don't want to try and like go against this just cause.
Yeah.
It's just is. It's really funny how well it fits.
Yeah.
All right, so
I guess like it's the themes, man.
So is that just the power of flight? What is that?
No, so fly mover uses either physical means or fuck, it is flying.
Look, honestly,
also
just having the power to fly, not the worst.
Wait, no, there's more to it. It often has brute power or breaker powers also.
Oh, okay.
Like, I think of a single person in Worm that can only fly. There's like one person that like everyone makes fun of. Her name is like Dovetail because her power is that she can fly, and she can also make these like bubbles that slow you down. But like that's it. So she can basically just fly mostly. Like no one can just fly almost. Like everyone pretty much can do other stuff too.
Okay.
So we can kind of have him, but it says uses physical means or some sort of mechanism to become airborne. So you can do the gravity thing also. Like we have options, and we don't have to have it so he.
Yeah.
I think one clear idea that I had in my mind was like he can choose, like he can select a point at which like gravity pulls him at. So let's say he looks down, gravity's pulling him down towards the earth. That's fine. He looks up, like, and he chooses that like gravity pulls him up towards the sky. And then like he has to like fly by like essentially tethering himself to like different like points.
That's pretty advanced. That sounds fun.
Yeah, I saw it from a book.
Look, we're stealing everything from everything. I literally, all the references I was making when we were coming up with your power was just like referencing other stuff. Like,
yeah, but like that was like.
I'm telling the university that you guys are plagiarizing.
Oh my god, sorry.
I hope so.
I'm gonna take your degree, Nick.
But yeah, choose a point to like where gravity pulls him at, and then maybe he can like compound that point so that he flies faster in that direction.
What do you mean?
Well, like fucking add on some G's and stuff, you know? Because I'm thinking like in space, right? Like if you're let's say like you want to set up an artificial gravity thing, I think Earth's like standard like gravity is like 3 point something G's or something like that. And then like
yeah,
I'm not 100% sure,
Yeah.
but it's something around that because I know it's not 1G. And then you can like, and like this person, like to fly would have to like change the point of gravity up to like 3 point something G's, so that way like they fly up at 3 point something G's at the rate of like Earth's terminal velocity or some shit, or whatever it takes to reach terminal velocity.
So
but
I think
if they want to float, they would have to do like 1G or some shit like that.
Oh.
Brad wants to die at the end.
What?
Okay, that sounded weird. Let me explain.
What?
I'm reading about breaker triggers, right? So breaker triggers have they have to blur the line between physical and mental. They must be indivisibly linked. So I was thinking it's possible because like you can imagine, right? Like this is kind of like a physical threat, but there's also the mental aspect of I'm a failure and my parents don't want me anymore.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like looking at this.
Mm-hmm.
They often involve self-contradictory feelings. For a mover, this might include things like wanting to escape on a physical level while mentally feeling that the situation is safe, or the inverse, or something more abstract like wanting to escape reality on a spiritual level and finding oneself unable. Or wanting to escape a concept, blah, blah, blah.
That could definitely tie into like the abuse aspect because there is that level of abuse where it's just like and I'm not like speaking from experience, so like if like I'm definitely like not 100% sure about this, so there's probably like some contradictory evidence, but like where if you're like in that situation of abuse, a lot of people are like this is all they really know, or this is not all they know. Like they know there's better, but like
they can't conceptualize it like in their head because it's all like because it is all they know in their life experience.
Like, it's like it's not. I mean, I guess it's not like that. It's like all he knows, but it's like, it's considered relatively safe. Like it's considered like the steady state,
the
it's
norm,
like,
the status quo.
Yeah, this is the status quo. So it's like, what's the point of like escaping that? But maybe like he does know that like, hey, it's better out there than in here, but it's like sort of contradictory in that sense. Because it's complicated. It's complex.
When you said the pressure of his parents, that got me on a train of thought of what if you could specify a point and space or a person or an object or something, and then you could specify the relative air pressure that they like experience, and then that could allow people, if you have like if you are if you're like, I'm trying to think of how to say it in a scientific way, but the general idea is that like if you were to specify a person and then say that they have like make them denser or lighter, I guess, and then or have that air pressure feel like that around them. If there's less air pressure around them, then they're going to float. If there's more air pressure, then they're going to like feel like they're being pushed to the ground, you know? And that could sort of reflect that idea of pressure being applied to that person, but they could choose that to do that to themselves or do that to other people by picking another point in space kind of thing.
I kind of like that.
I really
because that's very.
I kind of like that one better.
Yeah,
I kind of like that one.
Like movement for like the gravity. Sorry, selecting like to move with gravity. I feel like using the air pressure like to weigh down on someone. I don't know, it seems kind of like boring to me to like use.
Oh really?
A little bit.
I don't know. I mean,
because I'm thinking the last time we came up with was interesting, but it also was not really fun to use. Like, is what I realized. So like I'm trying to keep that in mind. Yeah, the DDoS thing.
Oh yeah. I think like I kind of like the air pressure thing because there is you can get very creative with it. And not in the sense of like DDoS where it's like, oh, I have so many suggestions. How am I supposed to use this and stuff? But like in the sense of like I have essentially a Swiss Army knife that can like sharpen a stick or like be used as a fork. Because it's like I could lift other people or I can lift objects. I could
You could crush them as
lift
well.
myself.
Yeah.
Or you can crush them. So I don't like. I kind of dig the idea. I think. I mean, what could you also like change like the direction that like the person is like floating at, or is it only like up or down?
I think it's relative to Earth's gravity. I think that would be a good delimiter of it. I don't know. I feel like you start to get into a lot of monkey paw situations if you started to be like you can change the direction of how the pressure is going to be affecting you. So I was thinking of just keeping it as relative to Earth's gravity, but I mean you could try and do it with other stuff.
Well, because I was thinking like, I mean, in the simplest terms, I was thinking like, could this be used as essentially telekinesis? Like, could I like use this to like
issue? It's basically telekinesis and flight, and I mean telekinesis, but also like a brute power, basically, because you're just crushing people.
Yeah,
that's kind of like my problem.
Yeah, if we were thinking about maybe setting limits on it, then you could change the amount of, or you could have maxes on the amount of differential you can create between the air pressure that you're current. Like maybe it's based on what the air pressure of the current space you're in is. So like if you're out in, regular Earth, just getting outside or whatever, then you can change it only by a certain amount so that you could make, you know how Superman originally he couldn't fly, he just jumped really high and really far. You can make it kind of like that, and then you can only make it dense enough to like maybe make a person fall to the ground, but not like actually completely destroy them. And then if you were in the deep ocean for some reason, you could then lighten the pressure so that you're not being extremely crushed. Or
would you be able to lighten the pressure?
Huh?
Because you did say it was air pressure.
There's
apply to water.
I would think so. I guess the general
there's
pressure.
No air pressure in water, but there is pressure. So at surface there is 1 ATM. If you go down like 200 meters, that's 10 ATM, I think.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but like I was thinking, like, it's pretty powerful as like telekinesis essentially, but the drawback would be that like you'd have to be in a place that had air and air pressure.
Oh.
So like let's say if you're in space but you had air, you wouldn't really be able to like control that.
Yeah, I would say space would
underwater.
But I think water would still have the pressure. I don't know.
This isn't really. When are you going to go to space?
Are you telling us that we're not going to space in this campaign, Yash? I'm outraged. I'm leaving. God.
There's no space.
I mean, okay, so let's get back to like the idea that telekinesis, because that's essentially what you're talking about, Nick. And I don't mind that. I actually really like the idea of telekinesis. But
really?
You were saying that like, well, because here's the thing. It's like I think the interesting part about it is that like telekinesis in itself is basic, yes, but it's also like you have a lot of utility with it. But the more interesting parts that we can add on to telekinesis, like it's easy to make sense, but then like it's the mechanics surrounding the telekinesis that like that you could use to make it interesting.
Yeah.
Like, is it
also
like, maybe it's
I would say it's more limited than telekinesis in the sense that you cannot control how exactly it moves. It's only moving in the axis relative to the Earth's gravity. So you can't like levitate a spoon.
It's always going to be up or down.
Yeah, so you can't levitate a spoon to pick up your soup and then put it in your mouth just with your mind. You have to just be like.
Most of the time it's up or down though, because basically, so like in my other story that I'm working on, like I kind of make I don't like telekinesis because it's kind of simple and OP at the same time. But basically, if you just lift someone into the air, right? Like if it's like a brute, right? They can't do anything. If it's like a mover, they can't move anywhere now.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are just kind of like strangers are now unable to do anything. Strangers, like I mean, they're in the air, they can't do anything. Like it's like very few powers are still able to be used in the air, or like very few people are still able to like fight just by being like after they've been lifted into the air.
And so that's
like,
I guess
it's simple, it's strong.
What if then with the air pressure, what if you could only like pull or push your own air pressure, and like whatever you're pulling or pushing on would like affect how that works. So let's say like if you're trying to pull on like a spoon, right? And it would be based on your weight. I feel like I should like make that clear. It'd be based on your weight relative to the other object. So if you try to pull on a spoon, the spoon would fly towards you because you're heavier than the spoon. If you try to push on the spoon and the spoon hits a wall, you'd be pushed back because you're lighter than the wall.
Wait, this sounds like magnetism more than air pressure.
Oh yeah, you're fucking right. That is magnetism. you're fucking right. I was like, wait, this sounds like something else. That's magnetism.
Yeah, I think we could make this work personally if we just add more limitations to it. So you can never get something down to 0 G of like pressure. So you're never gonna actually just make somebody completely float. You can make them lighter. You can make them lighter, but you can't make them so light to the point where they fly off the ground without their own volition. So in
can you explain the power from the beginning?
So the power is that you select, and I guess it's something else I was thinking of, is that you have to focus on one thing at a time. You can't focus on multiple objects. But
what? That's the power, is focusing on stuff?
No, not. I'm just saying that's a way to limit it. I'm saying that's a way to limit its abilities is by making.
No, just explaining higher, like the concept of the power.
The power is that you are changing air pressure around an object that you choose, so that there is either more pressure being applied to it by this relative airspace that you've created, or there's less, so that you end up being lighter because of it. So that's
you can adjust someone else's gravity.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, because I was thinking about, I was like, wow, this sounds like just gravity adjustment, but with just more steps.
Yes, yeah, it is gravity adjustment with just more steps. But yeah, so then I would say, what?
Any power basically is like another thing with more steps. Like that's always true. That's not really like a concern.
So yeah, so then I would say that the way the power would work is that you'd have to focus on one thing at a time. Honestly, if you really wanted to like make sure it didn't, the only reason I was thinking of allowing it to work on other objects is because if it's only applied to themselves, that's just kind of boring, you know? Because then that just becomes, well, they can just kind of fly at that point, or they can just for some reason send themselves into the ground at an increased rate. But yeah, so that's why I was thinking you could do it to other objects. But then if you really wanted to try to make it not overpowered, then make it so that they have to focus on the object that they're working on, and then they can only change it so much based on the pressure that's currently present. You know?
Or we can just make it that they have to touch the object. Like
or they could touch, yeah.
Because that's like that's not even telekinesis, that's just like changing someone's gravity. Like, I think then what if like taking that idea of like just changing someone else's gravity and just having the same idea that I had with like the tethering to different, like tethering your gravity point to different areas. But it's just like you can just tether where someone else's gravity point was, so that way like they fly towards a wall, or they fly like up, or they fly to the corner of a room or something, because the gravity is like being pulled down in that direction.
But then I think that comes back around to Yasha's issue of if you're able to just send them anywhere, and that's getting close to telekinesis, that can just break a lot of other people's powers, just make them like it's overpowered at that point. It sounds
Well,
like.
you'd have to like touch them.
Oh, you have to touch them. Okay.
Yeah, like you'd have to touch them, and then so that's
Striker.
Hmm?
Like I don't think it fits like a striker trigger. Like you can still have a limitation like that, like touch, but I think you have to come up with something else. I mean, it could be maybe, but I feel like it fits the other ones better. Kyle, what do you think? You haven't said anything.
I don't know, man. Like
valid.
it's I don't know.
Kyle.
I really do have a lot less input than last time.
Are you
I
leaning
just-
towards one or the other? What sounds good to you so far?
I mean, I feel like there isn't even. It's kind of like we're just working on the specifications of like gravity / air pressure, which are basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
all seem to sort of be in the same ballpark, but like having to touch people is definitely, or anything is definitely like a big downside.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And I think that's like it sort of blends itself with like you can fly. So it's like, yeah, you can fly yourself towards this person to get close, but then like still have to hit them. You know?
Huh, that's actually interesting. I've never usually like flying powers will have like a blaster, like so like you shoot like beams or something, or like it'll be like brute, where like you're like flying towards something to punch it, like you're like a flying brick.
Mm-hmm.
But having like flying powers, but you're not more durable or anything, you're just trying to touch something. That's kind of funny.
It could be
Yeah, and
really
then, like-
frustrating if the opponent doesn't want you to do that,
Yeah.
Will they ever?
which
I don't
they
think they'd
probably
ever want
won't.
to. But like, or you could or if you want to do objects, you could like just pick up objects. Like, let's say you pick up like a coin, and you can literally shoot at someone at like 5 times like Earth's gravity or some shit, right?
So are we going
Like,
back
you
to
can
the
get
idea
really
of that you can set the gravity to be any direction? Is that what we're doing? If we limit it to
That's what I was talking about.
Increase you're saying like you're increasing the mass basically. Of,
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Well, yes, and you can choose where gravity pulls it, essentially.
I mean, what is the
So you do the same to yourself.
yeah, what is the weight equals mass times gravity, right? Universal gravity. So we're just picking different parts of that equation to modify at this point, because one of these postulations is changing the g value, while one of them is changing the m value. You know, it's doing the same thing.
Do not use letters, Nick. Use words.
One
I got like
changing
a
mass
D.
and one changing gravity.
Um,
So like I think like then yeah, it would be changing either mass or gravity depending on which one you want to pick. But then like you get to choose the point that you get. So it's gravity. I guess I'm talking gravity because you choose the point where like you pull things down at, like where gravity pulls you at.
okay.
We
That's
went
the
through
thing
like a
that-
whole bunch of like specifics, and I got a little lost as to which ones we were holding on to. So like,
Yeah.
can you touch? Does it matter how big the thing is? Like, could you just send a building somewhere? At one point, we were saying like if it like weighs more than you or what, but
Yeah.
That's a good point. Actually, I didn't think about that.
The thing you were saying about like if you weigh more than a spoon, so the spoon flies away, you weigh less than a building, so like you fly away.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the power of that magnetism guy in like My Hero Academia, right?
Magnetism guy.
Is it a magnetism guy?
He got killed by like the Yakuza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Explained.
It was like a non-binary person, I think. Yeah, and they.
Yeah, they were non-binary. I mean, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, they were gender fluid or something, and then they got fucking offed by the Hasaikai dude.
That guy was such a waste of like time.
The Magna
could've
dude or
made
the
him like
Hasaikai dude?
No, the Hasaikai guy.
No, I liked him. I
Yeah.
thought he
Like
was
that
cool.
would have been interesting to see like the Yakuza are like known, like everyone knows that they're like a gang, but they can't really be taken down because like it's hard to find like anything that they're doing illegal.
Yeah.
Like it would have been interesting to see Deku try and do something smart instead of like just punching harder like he always does.
mean, that's like
you've
the
forgotten
entire
the
show,
first law of shonen anime. You can always punch harder. Okay, have you ever seen Dragon Ball? They always punch harder.
honestly, like
Like-
the show has really just been like, hey, you know how like this kid's a genius about other people's quirks? Yeah, let's just not fucking use that.
He just punched real hard.
Yeah, he was so smart before, and now he just hits stuff. And now he realized
Yeah.
he can kick stuff too.
Well, he.
Like,
It's like
But I mean, when
Like-
we were doing the festival arc, he figured out how Bouncy Boy's like whole thing worked, and he was able to use the trajectory of that stuff to bounce his attacks off properly. Like that was the thing he did.
That's
Anyways,
so
we're getting very off topic right now. Can we? All right, let's bring it back
That's
in.
boy's whole shit was. That's boy's whole shit was the same shit as Nick's fucking air pressure thing, except with fucking bouncy things instead of fucking gravity.
Yeah.
yeah, Nick, sorry, that invalidates your whole thing.
Well, shit.
Because Gentle
Fuck.
suck.
Oh, fuck off. Gentle is great. I loved his motivation. Anyways,
It was very
They
basic.
need to spend time on like the other stuff instead of like they need to just like focus in on like if you're gonna do Gentle, just like focus in on like what he's trying to do instead of spending like 12 episodes with him just being like, I'm gonna do something big, guys.
well, he's not supposed to be a main villain. Anyways, can we? All right, can we really just reel us in back to the topic of air pressure and how we're gonna implement it?
Hold on, we need to know Kyle's opinion before we move on.
I haven't watched My Hero Academia.
Well, there you go.
All right, let's go on. Okay. So wait, let's just look at the themes again. While because basically it's like you and Nick are coming up with this. So I'm just gonna just kind of go over the themes again for you guys,
Sure.
like as you're working on it. Okay. So it looks like the big things are as he's like about to die, right?
Mhm.
So it's he wants to escape from this helicopter.
Yes.
But at the same time, he is like he kind of is a little bit like he wants to die a little because it's like he has failed, right? Like he didn't get a power, right? He let his parents down,
Mm-hmm.
and his parents have left him. They don't love him
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
So I would look at the breaker aspect, especially. I think this kind of fits a breaker aspect, like this desire to run and like not run. Okay, that sounded stupid when I said it like that.
Oh, but no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah, so maybe like try and look at that. Like you can still incorporate that with like your gravity or your pressure or whatever, but that might be like one kind of like the other half of the power, or like some even because it could be like a smaller part of the power.
Mm-hmm.
You can also look at group stuff in a way because this is sort of like I mean like he's about to like get hit by a fucking lake, so
Yeah.
with brute stuff.
You
I
could.
guess then, like, the whole gravity adjustment is within the realm of breakers because it's like if he could adjust the physical properties of like, yeah, because he can alter their own physical property is something that like it says, or some other physical property or some shit. Then like, yeah, I guess it's like the gravity would make sense with that.
Not quite. So like breakers are like they enter a different state.
Oh,
So it's
they
like-
straight up like.
Or like now I am like a there's a guy who turns into like a cloud of poison gas,
Mm.
right?
Oh,
Breakers are hard to figure out. But like, you know, like or like now I become like a werewolf. These are all like breaker powers, I think.
Yeah.
I think the
isn't that what
werewolf one.
changes are though?
What?
Isn't that what changes are though?
It's
There's a lot of overlap.
yeah. There's
It's very-
overlap.
Okay.
Could we make it so that what if we make it so that it's other they specify other objects, they don't have to be touching them, but the gravity point of the center of gravity for them, and they can choose whether to increase or decrease it, is you. They are the center of
Whoa.
gravity. So they can basically push or pull things towards or pull things towards them or
That's
push
so
them away
much
from them.
later than what you guys were talking about before.
Okay.
I actually like what you were talking about before, even though I thought it was a little deep.
It just but
It's so lame.
I don't know, dude. Like, damn, we're trying, all right. It's that because we were just going.
Guys were on the right track earlier. I don't think you guys. I thought you guys were doing like a good job. You just have to kind of like keep other stuff in mind at the same time.
Yeah, well,
you don't have to like make it so that.
I think
like,
in that case, I think the strongest. I think for me, the strongest case was the idea of if you're worrying, if the person is like worrying about the pressure that was put on them in this situation, and like how they've felt this pressure their entire lives, and then it's just all come crashing down on them. I think the best idea is having that pressure manifest, like literally in the sense of you can manipulate pressure around objects.
I thought we already established that.
Yeah. So that's why I'm going back to that. I'm saying let the user establish so they can pick an object and then just change its pressure to be an amount lighter or an amount of extra pressure or amount less of pressure on the object so that it either floats or sinks based on.
This actually kind of reminds me, like I had a power, like so like in Godzilla, like Ghidorah's like attack is called like gravity beams, but it's really just like lightning.
Mm-hmm.
So I made my own gravity beam character, which is like it's a blaster character, but like the longer they can keep their like beam on you, like the more intense gravity, like the effective gravity is on them. So like, you basically have to try and break line of sight or like break target lock or whatever to like not be crushed. Yeah. This is kind of like that a little bit.
Yeah, it is like that.
I don't know, but does that? If we applied limitations to that, would that work? Could we work with that?
Gravity beams?
No, to the idea of pressure.
Yeah, I think air pressure. I honestly think gravity is a little better than air pressure.
Okay, then it can be gravity because it works the same. I was just thinking of air pressure because thematically that seemed like that aligned with the idea of pressure being applied to the person.
I think I don't think it's that. I think we're both on the nose.
Yeah,
but I think it's just like you're very specific with like air pressure.
Okay,
it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, so then we could then we just say it's gravity. Then that's fine. I'm not gonna die on that hill.
Then other aspect, because I feel like there should it can be like a really small thing too, but I feel like he's not just a mover. Like so there's that pressure that he's felt his whole life, and that's like the culmination of all the pressure. Mm-hmm. And then it's like he has failed, right? So all that pressure, and then now it's kind of gone, right? Because he's like, I failed, right? Like, let me die or whatever.
Oh, it's like cathartic.
What?
It's kind of cathartic.
Yeah, like a reverse catharsis.
I mean, it's like oh yeah, that's true.
I guess when I was I don't need to stick on this, but when I was conceptualizing the idea, I also thought of it in the sense of like you're literally changing it so that like if somebody gets lighter, their molecules in their like they start to expand because they start to balloon up because the pressure is like being released off of them, or then
like Harry Potter 2.
3 wasn't it? Where the ant got blown up.
I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah, but yeah, and then the reverse happens if you do the inverse, where your body will start to get crushed. But
now the air pressure thing makes sense.
Yeah, I guess that clarifies.
It's not intense though. You don't balloon up like that.
Right? No, yeah, it wouldn't be incredible, but if you really did it, I guess, yeah, if you were in zero, like which we already decided is too overpowered. What?
Like so, like your ultimate move is to like make someone Fred Dursley, basically.
It wasn't Fred Dursley. It was the ant.
No, it was the dad, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't the dad.
No.
It was the ant. I really need to rewatch it. It's been too long.
Anyways,
no, it's Violet from fucking Willy Wonka.
Oh yeah, well, her too.
I was right the whole time.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean that wouldn't be like a huge aspect of it, but like I think maybe that would be something to consider if you're thinking about trying to add something extra to it.
About this. Okay. So the other thing with pressure, I forgot because like one of my characters, I forgot they can like manipulate weather and stuff and like storms and air and that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And I remember I gave them this power after I read about like airplanes losing pressure.
Yeah.
Like giving like pressure control would be like crazy powerful because like loss of cabin pressure, basically like everyone will just be knocked out within like a couple seconds. Like you can't hold your breath. Just a very like even like if you try to hold your breath,
it'll get sucked out.
Basically, it'll make you pass out faster.
Yeah.
Like the only way to actually like not like to like last a little longer is to just breathe, like get all the air out of you immediately.
Okay.
But like being able to control pressure would be like super OP because you could just knock everyone out.
All right, then let's just do gravity then. Sorry, I don't mean to keep lingering on that.
I feel like okay, we've been here for quite a while at this point. I feel like Brad's gonna come back and be like, "All right, you can manipulate gravity," and he's like, "What were you guys talking about for 45 minutes?"
Yeah, I think we might just need to roll with that, man. I think that's just we just gotta hit it. We've been running in circles forever.
Okay.
I don't know how much. I can't think of
what about-
anything as an extra feature.
The main thing I'm concerned about is like, what about affecting other objects? Can he affect buildings? Probably not. Can
I
he
thought this was
affect,
how
like-
he, isn't it?
What?
Say again?
Okay, so you know, just explain like what you have with the pressure power so far.
Okay, so we're reimagining it to gravity.
Sorry,
So
not
it
the
doesn't
pressure power, gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity.
So gravity
Before we
power.
start talking about
If an object is like not tethered to anything, so that counts out buildings, obviously. If that is tethered to the earth, you could change the gravity, like the force of gravity on it, so you can make something experience like lighter. You can't make them. I would say I would stop before 0 Gs, but you can make them lighter in that sense, or you can make them heavier. And that is a thing you can just apply to objects in sight, maybe within a range, and you can also apply to yourself.
What happened to the idea of like having like you make like a point?
That was
was
Pat's
sure.
first idea.
I wasn't sure if we wanted to go with that. I like that idea, but like it sounded like Nick wanted like just up or down, so I was like, okay.
I think it just gets super complicated if you pick a point to center gravity on. And also that goes back to Yasha's whole idea of it becoming overpowered if you can control where they're flying to. TM.
I mean, it's I don't know how complicated it could get. It's like you pick a point and then gravity starts pulling you from there instead of down.
Well, then it's broken by Yasha's definition, though. If you're making it so,
sorry.
If you're making it so that they can change the direction, then people who are you could just constantly change the point that it's centered on, and then eventually it essentially makes people float, and then that just disables like half of the power types or whatever, and so that's too powerful. So that's why I was trying to. What?
We can maybe make it so that it's just like you can only target one person.
Yeah,
like
well,
so it's not
have to touch them.
Everyone. It's just like a point that affects like one person, I guess. Or
what if we combine the ideas where we bring back the concept of you having to touch something, but that thing that you touch becomes the center of gravity for something else that you choose, and then that's how that works. Maybe. So you could say you could specify you could say like this wall, I'm touching this wall, this is now going to be center of gravity, and I'm going to say you are affected by this new center of gravity, and then you get sent in that direction. But then if you want to change it, then you have to touch something else. You know?
Not center of like we're basically making like really like super dense with like a strong gravitational effect. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. Like I feel like your ultimate move then would be like slowing down time or whatever. Eventually.
Maybe.
To get like really
That'd
strong.
be dope. Yeah, no.
I mean, yeah,
wait,
that's
so
that's
what if
way
like,
farther down the line though.
You change the
Like
density
you
of
go
things then.
and you get infinity stuff.
But
Yeah.
so essentially, like it would be instead of changing the gravity, you change the density of things.
God, we're
Which
way.
I think would be
I've not been in high school physics for so long. Yes, all of these things are correct. I assume.
So if you increase the density of it, though, you're basically just making it more durable too.
I don't think it would apply that way. I'm thinking of it as just like this object that you specify. You touch an object. Yeah, it's not like the object actually becomes more dense. It's just that the person that you're choosing to affect, it then feels a G-force from that object, the other object that you specified.
It's like the fucking tether in what's it called? Just Cause.
What? What?
What?
Just Cause 4, Just Cause 3. You get the fucking like grappling tether hook, and then they fucking get pulled together.
I mean, yes, I guess that is how that would work. Yeah.
Yeah,
But you
I
can
mean,
also,
2 points.
but also, I would say you could make it so that it's lighter, so then it has some kind of repulsive force, possibly, if you wanted to.
So it just
That doesn't
makes
make- It doesn't make sense in gravity. You can't repel something.
Yeah. Okay. I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea on how to
Sorry.
explain it.
Okay.
Like math is just like if the space time is a. So I've learned this from like a bunch of like science channel stuff and nothing from like actual physics class. It's like the fabric of space time and like something with mass is on it. It's like you're bending like a trampoline, right? Like you're like pushing down on fabric, so then like things kind of like will like kind of be like caught in that gravitational field or whatever.
Yeah.
There's no thing where like something is like the opposite and like pulls up from space time, and then like things are like bouncing away from. Wait, that actually be a cool power.
I think I know how to explain the gravity thing though, and I think it's pretty straightforward with incorporating Nick's tethering idea.
Okay.
So Brad's character would be able to control gravitational forces, and he can do so by like choosing one point, and choosing another point, and the second point he chooses gets pulled towards the first point he picks. So if he say picks himself and then picks, if he picks like the sky, then he picks himself. He would start flying up towards that towards the sky. If he picks a penny and then he picks, or if he picks a person and then he picks the penny would start flying towards the person and like impale them or some shit.
I don't think the penny will impale them, dude. I think that's a little. I think you're asking a lot of this penny.
I mean, depending on how much, and then he can adjust how many like G's he imposes upon like the fucking thing, like how many forces of gravity. So that way, then it's like that way he can actually weaponize it.
Yeah. All right, I'm ready to. We've talked about this enough to be. I think I'm ready to settle on that personally.
Wait, I think we need to talk about this a little more because like we finally have an idea that seems like we've like got it. Mm-hmm. So let's nail it down before we go to Brad.
Okay. Well, he just said it, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he can adjust this. He can only adjust like the force of gravity. So like, so if he chose like, maybe let's say then like, you can only have up to like 5 Gs, right? That's. Actually, I have no idea how many fucking how much.
Yeah, we can figure out the science of it down the line, but yeah, it'll have some limitations to it.
Yeah, the limitation is that like he can't pick, like if he chooses like a building, for example, right? Mm-hmm. It's still attached to the ground, and there's just a lot of mass there.
Yep.
So he wouldn't be able to like really adjust that. Yeah. A car would be really hard to adjust, but like it might be possible with more concentration or something. Like he'd really have to focus. Mm-hmm.
Wait, adjust.
But like
adjust.
Like a car. So like maybe if you, it'd be it's easier for a lighter object to go towards a
heavier object,
denser object.
Yeah,
a denser object. That would probably like.
If you wanted to move a building, you would need to find a bigger building to pull it towards.
Actually, yeah, I think that would honestly make the most sense.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that would make the most sense. Like you have to choose something of equal or denser value for things to be like pulled towards it.
But you could move a skyscraper.
If you found a bigger skyscraper.
In these conditions, which actually doesn't seem that hard.
This is extremely easy in an urban environment.
Yeah.
This is like this limitation is not.
Well, all right.
It's like if you like Magneto can only pick up metal objects, but then you're fighting him in like a scrapyard. Like,
No, okay. No, I do think that this could work though, because all right, we take the same analysis of you find a building, you find a bigger building, but there's still gonna be relative. You would need a building that is like 5 times bigger than the building you are trying to pull to make any meaningful movement from the first building. Like, it needs to be substantially bigger.
It should be affected by like the size difference. So like if it's like really big things, like buildings, they'll move together really slow, and like the effect might wear off before they can even like get any like significant distance. Like it's not a permanent effect. Like it
That would be really confusing.
Seconds,
to normal
a minute
people.
or something.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I need to pee. I'm gonna piss myself.
Yeah, you're shaking, dude. You just gotta go. Just go.
The building's just like very slowly moving.
That'd be funny.
And, like,
I think that'd be awesome.
I think this should time out though. Like I don't think this should be a permanent effect.
Yeah.
No, I think it should definitely be like a timer. Maybe it's based like there's like an internal timer that like if he does something, if he does it for too long, like he'll like I don't know, fucking like Weaverdice, like he gets nauseous and throws up or some shit. So like that way it's something that like he could probably like grow from, you know, like he could like physically or if he like does like if he does it for too long, he physically gets like exhausted. Sort of like if you were trying to like go on.
I just wanted to ask Yash, because this is like a very common way to limit powers, is to just say that they mentally or they like physically drain you. Does Worm do that?
Yeah. So what I was thinking for Brad specifically was like he has like a certain amount of like let's say like mana or whatever, and like he can spend it however he and it'll increase like as he gets stronger, but he'll spend it however he wants. But then like let's say like of like a heavier building, like it come like attracting like a semi to like a person, right? The semi will be like 7 mana. And the person will be like 1 mana. So it's like really expensive. Like he can do like a big move, but like it'll use up like all his energy at once. But yeah, in Worm, yeah, I think in Worm like you can get like exhausted and stuff from like your power.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect then. I think this works out then because it's like, yeah, because he can feasibly try to pull 2 buildings together, but it'd be really slow, and he'd fucking like
pass
immediately
out.
like just die on the spot.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be so
still like to have enough mana to move a building to something too.
Mm-hmm.
Like because like a building let's say is like 30, right? And he starts out with like 10. Like at the end of it, maybe he'll have enough. Like he'll have like 32, so he can move like a building and power a building.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this works then. Like you. And we can call it, and it's easy fucking naming. We can just call it tether because you tether fucking gravity forces. So it's like you tether one thing to another thing, or one thing to another thing. But it's always like,
Sigma.
Huh?
Sorry, I said Sigma. Like from like Sigma.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's always you pick the point that the thing that you're choosing goes to. So it's like
I think one thing is mover ability should not be limited. So like I think you should be able to like move with the gravity tether, like more like pretty much like limitlessly to like some extent. Like it's not as limited. Like it doesn't come out of the same mana. Like it has its own mana pool. Because his like whole thing is like really supposed to be like a mover power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like theoretically. So like I think he should be able to move like really well with it.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe like he doesn't expend any mana when he uses it on himself. So if he makes himself like, and I'm gonna be using like just very basic like parent and child terms. If he makes himself like the child in this case, and he chooses like a wall as the parent, he would fly towards the wall, but like he wouldn't use any mana.
Yeah. We're on the same page.
Yeah, I think that works then because that's just like because then he can always be costing like the thing that would cost mana would be the child in this case. Like the parent's just like wherever he wants it to go.
Yeah.
But the child is the thing that's actually going to be moving.
The child, Yoda's bastard.
But yeah, like if he wants to make like a Korra child, the Korra would cost like 20 mana or some shit, or 10 mana or some shit.
Yeah.
And like the parent would be like a building, and like the building wouldn't be moving, the Korra would be moving, and that would cost the 20 mana.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready? Question mark?
Damn, I want this power.
I feel like that's gonna happen a lot. Oh,
This
okay.
shit's homophobic.
All right. I'm adding him. We're bringing him back.
All right, we made it.
I mean, that was a long one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys did a good job. That was basically like making
Jesus, that was like an hour.
You're gonna love what we came up with.
All you get to do is control gravity. That's it.
Dude, that's sick. I love it.
No, okay, so essentially,
Just took a while to come
here's
up
how it
with.
works. We've had that, like, we wanted this power for like a while, but like it took us a while to like get this to be workable.
Yeah,
So here's
I'm aware of the feeling.
Yeah. So your power, as if we want to go with this name, I like the name, but it's up to everyone else. Your power is called Tether.
I'm
way-
excited.
The way it works is that you can control the forces of gravitation for two objects. By choosing a parent and a child. The parent object, for example, could be a wall, and then you could choose yourself or a penny. Let's say a penny as a child, and the penny would fly towards the wall. Because you'd be adjusting how like that, you'd be picking that point, the parent, as the point of gravity, and then you'd pick the penny as the thing that would be affected by that gravity.
Yep.
I like it.
You could choose if you choose yourself, you don't expend any I guess like the term Yoshi's was mana, if that's right.
Yeah.
I mean,
you don't spend any mana. If you choose like a smaller object, it could expend like 1 mana. If you choose like a car or a building, it would expend like exponentially more mana. So it's all entirely on like the size and the density of the object
That you're trying to get pulled.
And I can
Yeah,
do
but you-
two things at a time, and that's it. Right?
You can only choose.
yeah, so you go one thing to another, and you have like a certain amount of like, let's call it mana, right?
Right,
That you can
right.
use in a battle
Water
where
in
you're
the
like
cup.
fully. And like moving a bigger thing will cost more. Like
Why?
when it's like the child, when it's the child.
Yes,
Object,
if
the
you
one
use it
that's-
as a parent, it's not going to cost more, right?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
My
don't think it
only other
basically
question.
like,
No,
what?
go on.
like so you can basically blow your entire like mana pool on like one big move if you want, and like like hit the villain with like a truck, right? Or like
Ooh.
eventually get enough like it'll increase with time. Like maybe like you can throw a building at someone or something like that.
It's literally
But-
a big move.
That is a big move.
Yeah, it's literally just a big move.
So you have to like kind of figure out like how you best want to like spend your energy here.
Is that
and, like,
actually
keep that-
how it would work at all in the game? Like, would Brad have actual mana points?
I mean, it's homebrewed. So.
Yeah, I think that's basically how I'm gonna have to do it.
That sounds dope.
All right.
I'm not doing it for everybody,
I
depending on what
got
the
two
ability-
questions for you. I remember one of
Go for
them,
it.
so maybe the second one will come back. If one thing is the parent, right? Does the size affect the level of gravitation?
We fucked around with this for so long. I think we decided no. I think we decided the
Okay.
answer is no.
Initially, yeah. So
Does it
initially,
having like a different sized like is a bigger object going to attract the smaller thing faster?
so yes. Initially, I'm not actually. Don't take that yes as like a yes.
I'm not.
I like that. I like that idea. I really like that idea. I'm not sure if you want to go with that. My
It might be
first
that,
idea.
but-
Yeah, my first idea was that like you could adjust how much force is enacted, like how much gravity is pulled.
Mhm.
But I don't know if we want to do that either. maybe we just
Okay,
say
so
that it's like
that will also increase the cost then too.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. The second question was level of gravity. Is it just standard Earth, or is it controllable as to
If
how
it was
much
just standard Earth, it wouldn't go anywhere.
No, Earth gravity, but towards
yeah.
the new center.
yeah, it would change
What?
like the whole thing. It's not that you're affected by Earth's gravity and the new gravity. It's that you're affected by the new gravity.
Right. So what I'm saying is, are you able to? You're just shifting standard Earth gravity for that object. You're not able to control the level of gravity.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so in that
it wouldn't
sense,
be-
if you think about it like creatively, like if you were to spend all of your mana on setting a truck's center of gravity on the side of a building, let's say, you're basically just turning the world on its side for that truck, and then the truck is gonna fall towards the building.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got you.
Yeah.
So
I was just asking
so
if I could. No, go on.
Wait, so
I was
terminal
gonna-
velocity?
Yeah, I was gonna say. So if you were what's it called? If you were like a mile away from a person and you threw a penny at them and you made them the point, that penny would hit terminal velocity and would fucking like impale them and kill them and shit. But if you're like 5 feet away from them,
Ooh.
Yeah.
if you're
Yeah.
5 feet away from them,
Yeah,
penny
I
would
don't.
just land on them.
I don't think the object would start at terminal velocity, but it would reach
No.
it if you had enough distance.
You'd have to reach it. It'd have to reach it.
Right, you're like ballistic combined with topsy.
Okay, so it's standard Earth gravity in the direction of the parent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you flying, so again, you costing like you casting this on yourself, you wouldn't cost any mana. So you could effectively fly by picking a point and just constantly changing that point. But as the faster you fly, the more dangerous it could be for you because then you would like have to
Yeah.
like you'd have to count it by slowing yourself down.
Yeah.
And there's no gravity control, so you can't really do
Oh,
that.
I thought you were gonna pass out.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
you
is
could
this
also pass out.
What?
It's like he'll just reach terminal velocity, so he can't move faster than that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not that fast. Huh.
Yeah, but like, and then in order to slow down, he'd have to like
Pick a
the
different
opposite
point.
of gravity.
Yeah.
Right, you
Like,
have
you
to
have
kind of juggle between two separate points, which is time consuming
Yeah.
if you're trying to land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's kind of whack.
Yeah. Or else you're fucking paced.
Pat and Nick for this one.
So
They
how
did
fast
all-
can I switch between things? Can I like throw a truck at
I
someone
think
and then immediately like throw
I
someone
would-
else at the ceiling, or like?
I
is there
would
a
think it'd be
cooldown?
once per action. So if we're doing, I don't know
We'll have to
if
figure that out, Pat.
yeah,
We can't
I,
say
Okay,
right
I
now.
would.
That's just what I was asking.
Okay, I would like it to be as quick as like being able to catch something. So like, if you could like look at it, you could change the point. But I don't know how the game's mechanics work.
Okay, yeah, I was just
Okay, I
asking in
feel like-
terms of that landing mechanic where you have to
Yeah.
swap between 2 points real quick.
I'd
Well,
like
I
it
don't
to be
think for you
possible.
it's an issue, because you'd be using it on yourself.
Right, but I'm asking
is
how
great.
fast you can switch the gravitational points.
yeah, he needs to
Because you have
he needs
to-
to constantly be changing the parents.
You to use it on something else.
No, but he picks himself
If you
as
were to land-
he gets to pick himself as a
What?
child, but then he needs to constantly be switching between parents as while he's
Yeah,
still a
I'm saying
child.
that he could do that for him, for himself faster.
Okay, so it's
Like-
totally fine if I use that like on myself. That's all I want to
Yeah,
know.
like, you might be able to do it fast when you're flying, but when using it
Yeah.
in like combat, it might not be fast.
Yeah.
Okay,
And all-
putting
Like,
it
we'll
down.
figure that out with time, like how that should work.
I think a big thing that we want is that, like, in all cases, it's easy for you to fly, or it's relatively easy for you to fly around.
Okay.
Maybe if you go too fast, you'll like black out. Say again?
If he's so strong, it might actually be good to make it like a little more difficult for him to fly.
That's
Maybe
what-
to a roundabout path or something to get to, like, he can't just fly straight to it because he has to slow down.
Yeah, that's what we were
Yeah,
saying.
well-
That's why he'd have to switch
Yeah.
between parents to get
Yeah.
himself
Yeah.
to slow down. Yeah.
It'd be like it'd involve a lot of concentration, but like you'd have to do that. And during flight, you wouldn't be able to make anything else like fly around. Or at the very least, if you did, you'd have to contest with like letting go of yourself, essentially, making something else fly, then having to recatch yourself, which would be really difficult.
Yeah.
But it is ballistics. A lot of this would be ballistics then.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, cool. I
God
think I
damn
got it.
it.
Okay.
I
All
want
right.
this power now. Fuck.
We got it.
This
We
power's
got it.
dope.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. All right.
There's so many options for this power.
Yeah, it's a versatile one. I like it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
This is what we should be aiming for, something that has like multiple ways to use it. Instead of just, I can tell this guy what to do and he might listen.
Or his head might explode. Keep that in mind.
Either or, who knows?
Okay, so we on to Kyle?
Oh my god, I don't know if I can do another one.
Yeah,
I guess if it's me, I don't have to be here.
Yeah, if it's you, yeah. We could just save me for another time, honestly. That's fine with me. We could just end on doing Kyle's.
We're going to have to do
cool.
at least 3 next week, but probably 4. I'm not sure if Sam is actually going to be able to make it for this since he never showed up at all.
Yeah.
We can, if anything, we can double up this week and like choose a day on the weekend.
Yeah.
If we're like spreading it out, like I know that like or we can set up a different Discord or something, or like set up a different channel and like discuss powers there.
Power channel.
That way it does. Yeah, that way it doesn't have to be like, because it seems like a lot of this is really just like the initial power conception is really just a debate, and that's not something we need to like be in person for, because we could just like put forward like a hypothesis or like a theory about like how the power could work, and then someone else would poke holes in it, then we fill those holes, you know.
I still think it works better if we're like speaking about it than typing about it.
No, I like, no, trust me, I like this a lot more, but I understand that like it's
time commitments.
There is a big time commitment for this.
Yeah.
Especially if we want to get everyone else in on this too, like everyone else in the party.
Yeah, so Nick is left. Actually, you're left too because your power was not good.
No, what? No.
Yeah.
I mean,
me.
Damn, dude.
We still have to do Kyle's.
No, we still have to do Kyle's. Yeah.
Yes, Kyle and me are the only ones that have no
So
power.
all we got done really was Brad's, and then
Yeah.
maybe mine if I want to like stick with it.
I don't think your power is very good. I think we should.
I think we can totally rework yours. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, all right.
But I think maybe things would be more productive if it wasn't as late as it was, you know?
I agree.
We weren't half asleep. Yeah,
I feel like
I think we could maybe. Yeah, I think we might want to try and make the channel thing, and then just recuse ourselves if we're talking about our power or our trigger and our power, and then go and discuss, and then have everybody else go in and discuss that person's possible powers. But yeah, if you guys are all tuckered out for tonight, then we can call it here.
I don't care.
Wait, how about let's do Kyle? Let's start Kyle, and if we want to like call it, we can make a channel and make it so that like Kyle's banned from that channel for now.
You don't even trust me.
I trust you.
Actually ban me.
I trust you. Okay, fine. We can make a powers channel, and Kyle.
No. Ban Kyle. Ban Kyle.
No, but like we can make that. And then when we get to Nick, we can ban Nick from that channel and add Kyle back in.
Yeah.
I mean, we could make a separate channel for each one if we wanted to discuss them concurrently, but that's
Is there a way to make confusing. Like a sub channel so that we're not just making like 8 channels here?
No. That's why I think it actually, Pat's first idea I think is probably the least complicated one. It just you just have to ban one person while you're talking about it, and then when you're done, be like, all right, here it is, and then you can look at you could look at the backlog, and then we tell you what your power is. I think that would work best. But we can get started on Kyle if you guys feel up for it. Look at the backlog of messages. Scroll up.
Why would they need to if we're just telling them what the power is?
I mean, if they wanted to.
What's this campaign called? WeVR? Or
Weaverdice. Well, that's Weaverdice is the name of the game system, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know what Josh's.
In Wolf's Clothing is the name of the campaign.
Okay.
Wait, say again?
In Wolf's Clothing. Ooh. I'm just gonna type it.
No, I got it. In Wolf's Clothing.
Do you want to roll the dice for Kyle's power while we're here? Or for Kyle's trigger, sorry.
What?
Roll the die for,
Yeah, roll
the dice
Kyle's
for Kyle.
trigger.
What did you say at the end?
That was it. I said roll the die for Kyle's trigger. All right, I said power first. I misspoke.
Power trigger. Hey, flip a coin, roll a dice, do the lottery numbers. 1.
Do
Number
the
one.
lottery numbers.
Number 1.
All right, Kyle.
Number
You have
1.
number 1, which is also Pat's.
In Lamau.
Sick.
All right, Pat.
That was a
Brought
sick. Oh fuck.
You find
Wait, I think.
What? Did you not like this one?
No, I like this one, but it is a bit.
Okay, so you find yourself stumbling through the nearly empty streets of Rivertown late at night. Empty warehouses guide you towards downtown. Your head pounds as foggy memories slosh about. A birthday as a young girl? Your graduation from a high school you've never heard of? Your grandchildren asking you to take them out for pizza? Who were you? Who are you? What is going on? Nothing makes sense. The feeling that you have to keep going. You have to escape them. As you find a moment to rest, forcing yourself to not throw up from exhaustion, you hear the rushing screech of a black SUV.
You hear that it's black. You hear it.
Yeah.
I will admit, out of the two, this one was the weaker one.
Oh my god.
You quickly duck into an ally, but it's too late. They spot you.
I saw that too.
You find yourself at a dead end, trapped as the SUV, which is black, pulls up. And 3 men in black suits, also black.
I sense some color scheming going on here.
You try to let out a scream as they approach you. Wait.
But you
try
hear
to let
no
out a
noise.
scream as they approach you. You hear no noise. Someone or something must have been silencing the area. One of the men gives a sick smile, revealing sharp teeth that begin to grow in length. The other wears sunglasses, which he takes off to reveal lots of black here, huh? Black smoky pits cries. The smoke spills forth, black, creeping towards you from the right, and sharp on you from the left. They take their time. Questions pound the inside of your head. Why?
Thank
Shut
you.
your eyes as if
Delivery. Like what?
Then you trigger.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know about this one.
This is interesting. This is a very different approach from how like I wrote mine.
Yeah.
I was like mine would work if this isn't worm. I feel like
This is
I don't know.
basically like a case 53, Brad.
What?
This is basically a case 53, right?
No.
Yeah.
Aren't case 53s? Let me just text you. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Am I conflating two separate things?
I mean, I read this and I see shaker. Shakers are generated from environmental danger or ambient. Well, maybe not ambient danger. Never mind.
This isn't environmental danger. It's 2 men. Environmental would be like an earthquake.
Am I supposed
Kyle's
to leave?
still chilling here.
I'm gonna leave now. We just moved from like riffing on the story to the plot or the power rather. Bye everybody.
Bye bye.
See you, Kyle.
Josh, are you sure that that's what that is? I think.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Kyle's not here yet. We can just talk about it. Okay, so case 53s. There's this group called Cauldron that secretly like make and sell powers. And
sick, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's the reason they can do that is because they like found a dead god. It's complicated. You don't need to know any of that. But basically, there's something called case 53s because that's a PRT case name, like case file number for them. They are monstrous is the word that's used. Monstrous parahumans. So like parahumans look like humans, right?
Yes.
Even like ones that are changers or breakers, like there's very minimal change from like the way like a normal person would look. I know that one of them got some feathers in her hair, and like that's kind of it. What? Okay, I didn't hear that, but I'm just going to move on. So case 53s were basically tests that Cauldron did. So like they would test like some of their like product, like their power vials on these people, and like, you know, make them like monstrous, right? So like one of them, for example, is made of metal. Another of them is like 8 feet tall, has like a massive underbite. Some of them like are like they all look like monsters, basically.
Okay, so these are those
Right.
things, but what does that have to do with the person who's triggering right now?
So case 53
Yeah. The thing I was confused about is where's the vial here? Because that's an integral part of the case.
basically, I don't see how this would fit as like an origin unless it's like a case 53. Because case 53s get their memory wiped and they're just dropped into a random world and they don't know anything that's going on. And then like the government or whatever chases them.
Are you saying that Pat wrote 2 scenarios where the fucking situation was related to a very specific thing in Worm lore without him ever reading the
Well,
stuff?
how did you do that, Pat?
Wait, what was the thing in Tether? What was the thing in the lore?
the parent. When we talked about the concept of superhero parents. They often produce
Yeah, that is
easily
that is
triggerable.
And also that you cannot force a trigger event.
Yeah,
If you try to force one, it doesn't work.
these are just incredible.
So he incorporated 2
coincidences.
things at once. Nice. Okay, so this one seems like a case 50. Like, I don't see how you could, like, how this would be, like, how you do this to something that's not a case 53.
Well,
but I banned case 53s because it would be too complicated to try and make one.
I mean, you could just go off of the situation, though. So this is strikers result from an immediate in-your-face threat, usually a singular object or individual. So this could be like a striker, just from the fact that they are, you know, being chased down. Like, you don't, just because somebody's lost their memories doesn't mean that has to be tied to the
Wouldn't
power.
losing their memories be a trigger event?
I mean,
that's why I was like confused. Is like I feel like they would have already triggered if they've lost their memories, right?
But that doesn't sound like, from the way this is written, that doesn't sound like that was what the trigger event was. It sounds like the trigger event was these guys who rolled up in an SUV who are trying to fucking wreck you.
Hold on. Yeah, it's a black SUV. Come on.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I don't know. From hostile others approaching or attacking. Come about from hostile. That's very vague. Blasters is very vague. Blasters come about from hostile others approaching or attacking from a distance. I mean, they're not doing that, so I guess that's not really it. Could be a brute.
Okay, this is a changer power.
Changer?
Changers arise from mental and emotional issues involving identity or body image, focusing on identity.
I'm back, gamers. What's going on?
Oh, that's what he was saying. It could also
Hey,
be. It also.
Shadow Legends, man.
Does this one? So this one would count as a trump because there are people with powers explicitly involved in the trigger.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Nice. I didn't think about that. Yeah, this would be a trump.
Okay.
Trump.
I was also thinking. My first thought was Trump because you're getting beaten up by 3 parahumans.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the
case
is significant.
Maybe.
Like, I think the amnesia is important too. Like, I think the Trump would be like not as important. Like,
Well,
it would
case
be
53.
I would say
like a secondary effect.
I would say as a although again this is starting at a very simplistic point, to relate it to the amnesia, they could have a Trump power that is making capes forget how to use their powers. So they still have their powers. They just don't know how to use them.
No, I don't. That's too direct. That's
What?
That's kind of like the idea of like armor face. Like you get stabbed in the face, so you have armor face. It's also it's kind of. Why did you bop me?
What? Nobody did that.
Nobody did that. Sorry, dude.
Okay, my bad.
What's it called?
Hey, Brad.
So when I was writing this, honestly, I kind of just was like, fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, like, this is like some government experiment shit, obviously.
Were you here to hear about?
No, he wasn't here for any of that.
No, I wasn't. I want to take a piss.
Why you government experiment shit. This is literally. How are you doing this? Like everything you wrote ties into like very specific things and words that like only like that are like not stuff that would normally come up.
Well, we have to do it. It has to be a case 53, Yash. It has to be. We have to do it.
Look. You told me like 3 things. The government doesn't want people like finding out about this shit. And that like fucking what's it called? Superpowers come from trauma. And then I looked it up, and then fucking I found that like trauma changes the superpower, but I didn't look super into it because I was like, oh, okay, I'll just skim it. But if this turns out to be an actual thing, it's just a logical jump from superpowers and government, man. I mean, no shit they'd want to make that shit.
It's gotta be a case 53, Yash. It's gotta be.
I'm removing your gravity power, Brad.
Why?
You have what's his name? Shitstain. No,
not him. Skidmark.
What are you?
Skidmark. Yeah, Skidmark's power.
You too, buddy.
Skidmark's power is he can make those like like those speed strips in Mario Kart.
Yeah.
He can make.
Are you shitting me? That's fucking
hilarious.
That's
his power, and he uses it well.
Well, the other problem with this is that if you make it so this is some kind of case 53 thing, you guys are, unless you're just ready to spoil Kyle, which seems like you guys have been adamantly against this whole time, you're gonna have to explain to him what case 53s
I
are.
can't make it anyway. There's separate rules to make a case 53, and it gets really complicated.
All right, yeah, let's not do that then. I don't like complicated things anymore. It's 12 a.m.
It is. That is true.
I think this is a Trump changer. Striker?
Maker, Branger, Monk in a Manger.
Yeah, that sounds fine. But then what is the Trump power? If you don't like the idea of making capes forget
don't
how
just
to use
take their thing and like throw it onto other people, I think.
You
notice, all powers have been like that, right?
Shape-shifting based on the people you're dealing with.
What?
What? No, it's because the first one, right, was I am feeling overwhelmed, so now I'm going to make other people feel overwhelmed. Or overwhelmed technology systems, right?
Yeah.
The second one was I'm feeling a lot of pressure, so I can put other people under pressure. This one is I have amnesia, so I'll make other people forget how to do stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's wrong with Nick's idea? I like that, if that's what we're going for.
No, he's saying that's bad, I think.
I think it's bad.
But then, that seems like that's how all of the triggers work. You just explained that to us. Like, I don't understand what we're supposed to be doing if it's not supposed to be related to the trigger event.
Project it onto other people necessarily. Think about them instead of the people that are attacking them.
It's a psychological thing. It's less of it's more of a psychological than a physical aspect of it. Like it's more like think of it less of like a physical thing within the world and more of a thematic idea.
Exactly.
That was the thing with Brad's that let the gravity thing work was that it was the themes of pressure and stuff like that. And when writing this, I will admit I didn't really think of any themes. So good fucking luck, boys.
Yeah.
Well, the theme here seems to be having absolutely no idea what's going on. Just completely lost. You don't remember anything about yourself, anything about where you are, who the hell these people are, what they're doing, why they hate you, why. You don't know anything.
Yeah, because I remember when I first wrote this, I was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, okay, so in that vein, you could make it so that if you want to make it the feeling of loss, like being lost, what if you're feeling overwhelmed, you teleport to a place that you don't know? Like instead of teleporting to a place it's gonna make it a super sucky power.
I don't know about that one, but that's funny.
Yeah, like it gets you. It's a get out of danger card, but what?
It has to be a Trump, like a Trump stranger.
It's a Trump striker changer.
All right, so then what is the Trump ability?
Yeah, you didn't answer what you thought about my idea before, where you can shapeshift based on who you're fighting. Like you don't have free reign of shapeshifting. What?
I didn't hear it. Okay. So you can shapeshift into who you're fighting.
No, based on who you're fighting.
Okay.
Like a
So
reactive power.
So that either means you get similar powers to them, or you get something that's completely the opposite. This is just
Like
an idea I'm
Darwin?
throwing out. I haven't thought about it enough to decide which one.
Okay. Okay. The theme here is fear and confusion. Okay. Like we gotta focus on that in terms of like Trump striker changer. So yeah, having someone shapeshift in response to something else is not like that is like along the same. That's along the theme. What were you saying, Pat?
What if you can make what if it was like you can make people see like illusions and shit? Like cuz I'm just thinking like I'm trying to dissect what I wrote and I'm seeing that like it's fear and confusion, right? And my first thought was like what if you implant nightmares into other people based on like all the wild like what the like like all the false memories that you have or some shit like that. What if you made them like see their worst fears or some shit because you could read their minds? I don't know.
Like Scarecrow, you see their fears and you can capitalize on that.
Yeah,
You find out their fears and you can shapeshift based on that.
that would be cool.
I don't think we need to focus on the character, like on them, instead of like on the danger.
You can only turn into things you're afraid of.
They don't know what they're afraid of.
They have amnesia. That's the part that sucks. We don't have any backstory. They're just a fucker with amnesia.
We have no themes because the only theme is fear and confusion, which are just human nature. Like we don't know what there's no context to base this off of, which is what powers are based off of.
Wait a minute. Okay. Yash. Worm memory time. Wasn't it was it Vista or Labyrinth? There was somebody who could just like shapeshift the world around them and make like a twisted labyrinth.
Yeah, that was
maybe something along those lines, right? Because you can try to make sense of the world because you don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Labyrinth is a mental illness, though.
Some of the what's it called? So, oh my god, wait, Brad, you're a fucking genius.
I try.
Congratulations,
like,
Brad.
The themes could be tied to like people themselves, and the idea of like, and not knowing who you are, you can better understand other people and be able to like change the world around you based on that. The whole thing with the fucking three guys, completely unintentional, by the way. They're essentially like see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. I did not fucking expect that.
Oh my god.
I just saw that. I'm a genius, gamers. But like,
clip that
like,
gamer moment.
Fucking like, holy shit, five head. But it could be like trying to like piece together like the evils of the world, into like the good parts of the world, which is like the people. So like maybe you change like the world around you based on people. I don't fucking know. You know what? I'm lost now.
Yeah, I don't know where you were going with that, if I'm being completely honest.
I think we should select a new trigger.
I'm down with that.
Here.
Wait, why? Come on, we can totally do something with this. Like
I've come up with.
There's no context. The whole idea is powers are based off of context, but there's nothing here to like really look at except for fear and confusion, and those are just the most basic of emotions.
Well, what about making sense out of the world, since you don't understand any of it? Like, you can definitely work with fear and confusion. I mean, look at Scarecrow. His whole thing is fear and confusion. Like, that's literally his entire superpower.
He doesn't have a superpower. He just makes, like, fear gas.
I'm gonna call that a superpower because no one else can do it.
They can.
Everyone else can.
I mean, the Joker has made similar things, I think. I
That's
feel like
Joker,
the
guys.
Joker.
It's different. It makes you live in a society.
Is it up to Kyle or to us to re-roll a trigger? Like, does he have to make that call? Or
I mean, I'm the one rolling the dice, anyways. I can ask him basically if he wants to reroll. Why don't we just do that?
yeah, sure.
Yeah. I also set up a power discussion tab. I set up a power discussion tab. I couldn't make a roll for like us specifically for like Worm, so I just set us as 50 subs.
Nice. Okay.
That's pretty good.
All right. Do we want to call? Here, I'll call Kyle back.
Bring him in. We're gonna vote him off the island.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, like I said, this first one I kind of vote, and I was like, yeah, this looks cool. And the second one, I actually thought about like, what makes a cool power?
This is a cool story,
Well.
but it's like it's all about power.
Kyle,
happening?
we're in a sticky situation. We don't think we can really work off of this very well, so we're gonna ask your permission to re-roll your trigger.
Sure. I mean, this is what I was thinking about before I left. Is that this is like part of a thing, rather than like a disconnected event that could sort of be attached to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You're right.
So we're gonna roll
The
it.
rest of the plot would have to deal with this.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. When I was writing it, part of me was also thinking of in terms of like plot hooks and stuff. So that is very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get what you. I wasn't really sure how to do it either, because like that's obviously really cool if it works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's done. We already used 2. I think we used 8, right? Which was Brad's.
We did use 8.
If we're using it.
So we have Nick's number 4. Oh man, so close to number. I really like the first one that Nick made.
Did it just miss it? I think we can have a lot of fun with the second one though. Boating accident, I think, can be very good.
I really thought that said beating accident. I was like, what?
Beating accident.
Kind of just like the helicopter
Beating
accident.
Oh, it is kind of, but
Okay.
like there's different stuff involved.
No, it's different. It's different, but it's a little similar.
Yeah.
Okay.
You had
boating
parents.
accident. Your parents hated each other for as long as you could remember. They were both rich, affording you a comfortable, if somewhat lonely, childhood. With all that money, all they could seem to do to enjoy themselves was piss each other off. Year after year, their stunts would get more insane and depraved, with arson and orgies becoming commonplace by the time you were a teenager. When inspiration struck, they would drag you into their schemes as well, with the reward oftentimes being a vacation away from their madness, which you jumped for eagerly. One of these schemes involved your mother asking for a family yacht trip where she planned to destroy the boat and leave your father for the Coast Guard to find. Pretty par for the course. However, the engine exploding did a lot more damage than expected. Wow, who could have thought an explosion would destroy the boat? And as the burning wreckage began to rapidly sink, both you and your father were pinned underneath the debris. Your jaw agape, you saw your mother without hesitation save your father because, as she explained before riding off on their jet ski, without him, all the fun is gone. Without you, he just has one less tool at his disposal.
Holy shit.
Your lungs began to fill with water. You called Child Protective Services. Okay.
All right, you definitely killed a mom. That's definitely.
That's the play.
Oh my god.
You can fucking
good luck,
get
I
the fuck
guess.
back out of here.
All right.
Your power is gun, and you shoot your parents.
All right, yeah. This is without a doubt betrayal. Like, which one won with betrayal? Because that's what this is. That's this power.
Wait, you get down, Mr. President? This didn't exist before.
Yeah, no, I added that one. That was the one I said I added recently.
You are your high school class president.
I legitimately, when I started that, I really wanted to write it down as "You are the President of the United States," but I knew that was not going to fly, so I had to pare it down.
High school class president.
Yeah.
Because
Kyle, do you want me to
like,
roll since there are actually 9? Or should I just keep? Do you want?
Yeah,
to
it's
keep
fine.
number 2?
We'll just add them. We'll add that one to the queue for the next batch or whatever. It's fine.
That's pretty
I want to
good.
read it.
All right. This is a Nick. Which one of those ones on the list said it was related to betrayal?
Let's see.
Is that Master? That might have been Master.
Master is betrayal. Master is indeed betrayal.
It's gotta be a Master power then.
Yeah, and it also, everything about Master screams this scenario because it's like create minions or has a mean of compelling others to take certain actions, which is what your parents did
Taylor's
to
trigger
you.
event, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's triggered?
Skitter. Trapped.
This is not Skitter's trigger.
I mean,
at all.
It's got the betrayal. It's got the claustrophobia. You're reaching out to. You become Aquaman. That's what this is.
you can control
You're
fish.
trapped under debris in a sinking boat. Come on.
That's not
You
the
were
focus of
kidding.
it, though. I would argue that's not really the focus.
Trapped in a room.
All right. But this is definitely Master, like without a doubt.
You
Yeah.
control fish.
Yeah, no one's doing that.
You control water.
That's not. I don't think that's in the
No.
spirit of
You're
Master.
a water familiar that looks like a fish, but like a goldfish.
You control water benders. That could work.
Yeah.
See, that's what I was saying.
Control people's blood, making them do stuff.
Blood bending.
Let's just split the difference, Brad.
They already did that.
I mean, you could make.
projections. Wait, you can make projections.
Why would that? How does it relate thematically?
Fucking, he can make projections of his parents still lift the shit off of him.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that
some
doesn't. What does it
naughty
have to do
shit,
with the
right?
projection? What does it have to do with the idea that his parents used him? They tooled him around for his entire life, and then
Speak tools them around.
Oh, that's
What
messed
if-
up. He just controls his parents.
Oh, wow, that'd actually be pretty fucked up. Yeah.
All he does is just like here,
No, wait, guys.
and it's only of his
What if
parents.
he would just die immediately because he has no powers to save him from this scenario?
Oh, yeah.
His powers
Right.
can't be controlling his
He can
parents.
control his
Well,
parents,
to
and
come-
also he can fly.
No, he. We just throw flying in when we have nothing else. No. But realistically, in the scenario, when he triggers, his parents are still on that jet ski boating away. They can just turn around.
Yeah.
Oh, to me it seemed like they were pretty. I thought they left a bit. Okay.
I mean,
No,
you could twist it a little bit, make it. You can be a little bit malleable with
Wait,
it.
also, guys, Brad said water, which is funny, but he can control he can have something he can control other things that are not people.
Oh,
He
Like
could
a water
control
familiar?
so he could become a
He controls
waterbender.
both.
Yeah, he can have a water familiar or something.
water itself. That would be a shaker power.
What if
I don't
he has?
It's kind of shaker too.
Wait. What if he
control it.
has air power because he needs to be able to breathe under the water?
No, you're too on the nose there.
How dare you?
He can
Gotta be he controls his
what if he,
parents. It has to be.
What if he could control metal or some shit? Because it says he can animate normally inanimate objects, so he can turn the fucking metal into facsimiles of his parents or something.
He can control anyone who is a parent.
If you have birthed the child, I control you now.
If you are legally the owner of a child, if you're the legal guardian of anything, yeah, I can.
Imagine you find out you're not the father because he can't control you.
Oh my god, I love this. I want to roll with this just for that, the fucking hilarity that could ensue. Oh my
Just
god.
I mean, I don't know as a kind of person that would enjoy that power. That kind of joke power.
We gotta tell him that was the joke power. Once we figure out everyone.
But
We
I
have to tell him that
No,
we
yeah,
thought
yeah,
about this.
Shaker master. So it could actually be waterbending because shaker involves an environmental danger.
yeah, okay.
So, and this is an environmental danger and betrayal.
So, are we cool
You
with
can
water
make
bending?
fucking water clones.
Right? You guys just want to do Aquaman and call it quits?
Aquaman or water bending? Aquaman is not. Wait, is he a waterbender? I thought he just talks to fish.
Well, kind of. He does the thing where he like.
and Mera together, basically. If Aquaman, if Arthur and Mera had a child, it would be Kyle.
He can only control water if it has a fish.
If it has a fish in it?
That's so dumb. That's so no. Okay. If he could control water and also control sea creatures, I'm fine.
Wait, do you know what his costume would be? Is he'd have those little guppies?
He just have pouches of fish in his.
Yeah, and he throws them into any water so he can start water bending.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But why?
Amazing.
But why though? What? I mean, it sounds hilarious when you say it, but I don't understand why.
What?
Why can he only?
What if?
I want to kill a bug.
There's no reason. Brad just said it because he's Brad.
What if?
I'm not gonna kill him.
What's it called?
Do you
what
know
if he could?
Do a cup? Go get a cup and paper. Okay, go get a cup and paper, and I'll get.
What are you thinking of, Pat?
I'm reading through the list of masters and stuff, and there's a big range. What if he could just make fucking minions out of fucking water?
Like water elementals?
And then each minion had to have a fish in it. So it'd be like a water mecha with a fish pilot.
Oh my god.
It's like Megamind.
This is so stupid that I kind of want to just roll with it, but also I feel like we're getting away from the whole trauma of his parents. I don't know, maybe, or I guess it still is betrayal. I guess it is still you're mastering over things, so I guess that still works. Never mind. Let's just do it.
The fish has to be a parent.
I'm still doing this.
The fish has to be a parent. He has a giant fish breeding facility, so he always has parent fish.
I'm in the middle.
He's unstoppable.
We definitely have to tell him afterwards joke power that he had. Deal?
Which joke power was it?
Yeah, you can control anyone if they're a parent.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm down for water elementals with a fish pilot. That sounds fucking amazing.
Right? Yeah, okay.
I like that too.
So you have to carry around, and the bigger the fish, the bigger the elemental. So you can do
I think the bigger the fish, the smarter the elemental. I think they should be like the brain of the thing.
Okay, so you have to do Death Stranding cargo management.
Okay, well, wait. What if he got a fucking whale then? Would the elemental be the same size?
You control the whole ocean. You get a supercomputer elemental.
You can get a shark though.
Oh my god.
What if instead of
if you carry a shark, though, you can't carry anything else.
Okay. What if the size of the fish determines the size of the elemental, and the amount of fish determines the intelligence of the elemental?
Like a hive mind thing?
Yeah. Except it's one brain for one elemental. So if say he went to what'd you say?
I really like it. Okay, size of fish equals size of mech.
Oh, no.
You like it?
I do like it. Really fun. It's the kind of stupid power you'd expect in a game too.
Yeah. No, I can't get away from this now. This is too good.
It's like one X-Men. One of the X-Men, his only power is that he can explode one time. But he can't he doesn't regenerate, he just explodes and dies. That's his power.
How is he in the X-Men? How does he know that's his power?
I think they do testing with bro. But yeah, I don't even know why they would take him on missions if they did, but he did explode at some point and die. And saved everyone.
That's messed up, dude. He was literally
He was just a suicide bomber. That's his power.
Suicide bomber.
They don't a lot of powers.
Oh my god.
Alright.
That's fucked up. Okay. So
fish mecha?
Fish. Yeah, fish.
Okay, number of fish equals intelligence.
The power is called Pacific Rim.
Oh my god! This is too perfect! This is both the fastest we've come up with something and the best we've come up with. Like, bar none. Holy shit.
Alright. I have a new plan. Now we're only allowed to make powers after midnight because we come up with way better stuff way faster.
What if quick question. Would the Pacific Rim like fish mechs be able to like make like little weapons or something for themselves out of water, or is that like
or are they just brawlers?
I mean, like, dude, let's not be ridiculous. I think fish will only be able to punch things with their water fists.
So they don't have tool use? They have not acquired tool use yet?
If it's like a whale shark and he throws like smaller sharks out.
Sharknado! Oh my god!
You have to teach them. You have to like get enough fucking like clownfish into one fucking mecha.
Okay. We have the basic logic down. Can we bring Kyle back? I need to tell him.
We gotta tell him. This is
Okay.
Jesus. He's gonna be surprised. He's gonna be like, already?
I think we could take away Kyle's veto power too.
Yeah.
We can't let him kill
Who's gonna break the news to this poor kid?
I'll tell it.
Oh no! Can I please?
Oh wait. Okay.
Nick.
Yes. Okay.
Nick, go for it.
Okay.
Tell him the name though.
Yes. All right.
Don't forget.
Yeah, that's the first thing. That's
Lead with the name. Yeah, lead with the name.
No. Honestly, I think
just say fish mecha.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, yeah, that's yeah. All right. Once he comes in, I'll say that.
Start with fish mecha, and then like go through the mechanics, then end with the name. I think because like honestly, I think the name is
That's the coup de grand.
Dude, he probably went off to take like a shower or something. For the rest of an hour.
Yeah. He's just like, I'm gonna be good for a while. This is fine. Oh my god.
He's playing a game.
It's been 15 minutes. Like
he's playing foot. Oh, hello. All right. So,
I feel like
Kyle,
this is record time.
This is record time. It's the best one. Okay, so Kyle, fish mechs. All right. So
all right.
You create water elementals that are piloted by fish. Okay. And the size of the fish determines like the size of the elemental, and then you could. So is it you put multiple fish in to create a smarter elemental? Okay, so yeah, if you have a large number of fish in the elemental, it creates a smarter elemental, and that's pretty much it. And the name of the power is Pacific Rim. Okay. We are not open to criticism. This is our final decision. You don't get a veto power. That's it.
Okay.
Kyle, it was either that or you can control anyone.
Oh yeah, that was the joke power. You had the power to control anybody who was a parent.
That sounds interesting. That's not really a thing I could. I'm trying to think of like how I could be like, oh yeah, so this is our long-term plan to make this guy a father, so I can control him. That's the long.
The president of the United States is a bachelor. We need to get him married and have him impregnate his wife, so you can control him.
The utility of the fish power is you can just carry fish.
Right. Well,
you
have to do the Death Stranding cargo management.
How do I carry the fish?
Well, that's something
you just got like you just carry them in like those little bags you get at like like the fair.
PetSmart.
Or you carry a tank on your back, or whatever they do in Death Stranding. I don't know.
You have to do Death Stranding cargo management because you have to decide which big fish and like which little one.
Fucking shitting me, dude.
Okay, and it gets better. All right. So I was thinking, like your ultimate final thing is like you get a whale shark.
What? The
like
ultimate compile thing? What does that mean?
Inside, and then they throw the sharks, and those sharks become their own mechs. It's gonna be so good.
I can't believe that. I can't believe this. After Yash is like, there's these other ideas where Yash is like, man, I don't know, this is like a little weird, and they were like bringing up physics and like all this shit, and you signed off on this.
It's too good to pass up. It's just too fucking funny.
I couldn't say no. It's so good.
Sorry, Kyle.
I'm just thinking, like, I feel like I'm gonna be the Aquaman of the group. For like on one level, like, because it's fish based, but also because it's like, oh, we're in a situation. Well, Kyle didn't bring any fish, so like, I guess he's sitting.
Don't worry,
out,
Kyle. We'll help you pack sardines. Okay, we'll pack some sardines so you're always capable.
I'm gonna have a fish tank built in. It's gonna be really cool.
Oh, your suit is a fish tank.
I have a suit.
It'll be kind of like it'll be like a Ghostbuster proton pack, but in reverse. Like you're shooting out fish out of a little tank.
No, it's like Mario. It's like Mario Sunshine.
Oh my god, with the flood!
Yeah, Kyle, now you can fly too. Congratulations.
Kyle, what we're saying is the possibilities are endless. You should be grateful, and this is the best thing we've come up with.
I feel like how are they endless? I feel like this is the like okay. Unlike like Brad can use his noggin on the fly, right, and come up with some big brain gravity play at any point. And I'm like, well, I better have prepared for this. I better have a shark slung over my shoulder.
When they say mechs, they mean you can use the fish to control like bodies of water. I believe it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, explain them. Yeah. Explain them. What a fish mech is.
Okay.
So it's a mech, but made out of water.
It's a what?
Is it a mech though? I was thinking it's more like a
I was thinking of it as an elemental. Like, you know how you can make water elementals?
And you can control what that elemental is specifically.
Can I tell? And I can tell them what to do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You're a master. This is a master power.
Okay. So
I'm a master.
Can I just like have my one little fish I carry around and then make like a mech out of that and then make him go get more of them from the ocean? Like, can I just automate the process?
Yes, you can. And because you would add to transport that fish, he would have to absorb all the other fish into his mech body. That would make that mech exponentially stronger when he got the other fish.
So you're saying I just like get my one fish and then I send him toward a body of water and I'm like, in 5 minutes, you guys are gonna be fucking scared, okay?
You don't have 5 minutes. You gotta work with what you got.
Yeah. Also, but you're also considering you're forgetting other possibilities where you can have like you know how in D&D there's like the spell Invisible Servant where like a tiny little dude comes out and does something for you. You could have that with like your tiny fish where he could do small things. He could sneak into vents and stuff and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, it is applicable.
It's basically like having a Pokemon, Kyle. Except you have infinite Pokemon. They're all water type.
They're all water type though. That's like
they're all water type.
Great.
So if they get electrocuted, they're fucked.
Oh yeah, they'd be mega fucked.
No, Kyle, you gotta carry an electric because then it's resistant to light.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's like your ultimate move.
I wish I had face cam for this because I feel like it would just get my reaction across so much more easily.
I do too. I wish I could see your face.
I just have my head in my hands.
Oh.
Look, this was after a lot of deliberation. And discussion.
All 10 minutes of it.
So wait, why is it fish? Because I was on a boat?
Because you were drowning.
Because I was drowning.
Yeah.
So I like fish.
No, not necessarily.
Because I was drowning. I'm bound to be around water constantly.
Yeah.
In Detroit, yes. Detroit, the famous island.
Yeah, is this something we should talk about? How that affects powers?
What, the fish?
No, the
Detroit.
I don't want to. It's really hard not to say it if I'm spoiled. But yeah, basically we've talked about how the power has to do with what caused the incident, right? Like what caused you to trigger. But did we ever mention. I'm gonna DM you.
Jesus fucking Christ! I can't handle all this fucking tiptoeing. It's killing me.
Hang on.
Okay, no, but Kyle, the way I see it is that based on your background, right? Your parents have used you all your life to just go along with their fucked up schemes to hurt each other and harass each other. And now, as you're fading away, your trigger allows you to control. You have control over something else. So basically, you're just becoming your parents. You just have.
That's great.
It just happens to be control over fish.
Love that.
Because that's the environment that you're in when you perish, or when you're about to perish.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just perpetuate the cycle of abuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could twist it if you want to make it not as sad, but like that's how I saw it when we were coming up with this.
Also, Fish Mecha.
Also, Fish Mecha. Can't deny Fish Mecha.
Look.
Can't deny Pacific Rim.
Let me look.
Kyle, for being serious, Brad brought up something, and I don't think it's really like a spoiler to cover it.
Okay, I just wanted to check with you first.
Yeah, so powers don't fix the problem. That's like one thing that's like very central to Worm.
Okay.
To give an example, Skitter, we'll do the Skitter one. Skitter gets locked in the bugs and tampons, and she's grossed out, and she's freaking. And then you know what she gets as her power? She can control bugs after spending hours being grossed out by them.
There's this character named Imp, and her power is that if people, like if she doesn't focus, then people will forget her. And her whole thing was like she hated being ignored and she wanted more attention. And now she's always ignored all the time.
Got it.
So your power is your parents, you never got any attention from them. They just used you for their own purposes. Now you use fish for your own purposes. But you're trying to like fill like this hole, right? And like getting attention, but fish aren't. It's kind of like like people buy a pet, right? Because like
you got a pet.
But
Fish
it doesn't
not food.
It doesn't really fix the hole that's inside you, right?
Yes, I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, the fish mecha doesn't have to be human shaped.
Yeah. It's a familiar. It's not.
Why is it? What is it made of? Is it water?
Yeah, I also was a little confused by that. Do you have to carry the water that it uses to become the elemental, or does the water just appear?
No, he doesn't have to carry it.
Oh, yeah, of course not.
That was Nicole's power in Squirm. He doesn't have to carry. Kyle doesn't have to. You can just put a fish in any body of water to make him.
Or if you have like a bag of water, maybe the water will expand because of your power, and then take it.
I think it makes sense if there's only different limitations of the volume. So if it's like what's it called? If it's like he went to like Lake Erie or something, for example, like that's fish heaven right there.
Right, but that makes him exponentially less useful if he has to carry these little fish in little baggies into the city, because then he only has those tiny servants,
Right, that's what I was saying. I was saying like
pretty easy for me to implement this power. All right.
Maybe you get like
Kyle has like a fish tank backpack, right?
Okay.
You just like toss the fish into bodies of water.
Okay, so he can make a little midget.
Wait.
You don't need them to be like super big first. Right? It's like you toss a fish into a little bag of water, like Brad said, like you bring a little bit of water with you, and then that fish can go find like a bigger body of water. So it's like a full neck, right? Or you can just have it where it's like basically like Yoda, just like attacking people, but it's like small, it's jumping around and shit. But more than that, you basically like you guys have to remember you're not like you're a team in an urban environment, right? Like, you guys are going to have, like, a vehicle, like a car or, like, a van or something you can use.
Giant fish tank in the van.
Maybe Power is carrying a water tank around. Who knows? I don't know. Let's sleep on it and then we'll decide if it's terrible in the morning.
Okay. I think it's great. I think it's going to stay great.
If you actually want to.
All right.
You can veto it if you want, but Please think
I think
hard
it's-
about it because it's awesome.
Pacific Rim, Kyle. Pacific Rim.
I'm at a loss.
Well, okay.
Is this
so how
real?
about like
Yes.
yes,
Am I awake?
yes.
Okay.
Another possibility could be as well. What's it called? Getting an alligator and putting it in the fucking sewers. Here we fucking go, boys.
Oh my
You got a
fucking
fucking
God.
sewer gator that can.
Amazing,
yeah.
brilliant idea. Yeah, Kyle, you can just use sewer water. That's smart. I didn't think
Yeah.
about that.
So now I do
Dude,
need to get the
fucking-
water.
Yeah, you do.
But
But
need
it's
to
not
get
that
the-
hard because sewers exist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not hard to find water.
Just keep a
Great.
hose
There's
on
plumbing and
hand.
shit everywhere.
Great.
The main draw is that you're gonna need to find fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
I think
you,
finding Kyle just carries 10 fish with him at all times, basically. It's easy.
But like,
He's
but
got
the thing is,
a fish just in case.
as long as the fish don't die, then like you're pretty much set because you can just keep recycling fish.
question: if he uses sewer water, does that kill the fish?
No, the fish.
I think the fish should be like enhanced when they're in the mech.
Yeah, the
like
fish
they're
would be
more
enhanced when they're in the mech.
Okay.
What is happening?
Because I literally just thought at the beginning of this that it was just going to be the water would be pulled out of the air to create the water for the mech. I didn't think that there was going to have to be water management involved. I thought he just needed to
That's
keep.
how it's massive throughout the city, you fuck.
I think the way it should work is you don't need water management up to a point, because that kind of just sucks. Because you're already doing fish management, it's just to do both.
Yeah, I feel like fish management on its own is enough of a detriment to make it so that you could just conjure the water without needing to.
Yeah,
have a
up to
supply
a
on
point.
hand.
Like you can't go like city sized.
Or let's flip this. You can it is water management conjure the fish.
I would actually be so much more down with that.
Okay, what about this, Kyle? What about you put like a bunch of fish and stuff inside the sewers, so at any moment you can just like call up like a huge mech out of the sewer to fight people.
It's just Aquaman with extra steps. I mean, this all is, but like.
Actually, it's not. Aquaman
I
can't
know
do
like
that.
Aquaman is a meme, but like really, what does he do like on land?
Okay, so Aquaman is super strong, can see,
But like not
complete
as much
darkness.
as Superman.
Well, no one's as strong as Superman,
Right.
but he's like Wonder Woman level, basically.
That's pretty good.
He's Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
He's Frozen too.
Yep.
Well, I don't have that stuff. Right?
I mean, you could.
No.
I don't have super
You're
strength.
so
I don't have
wild.
Jason Momoa.
Oh, no. Okay, so here's the thing. The fish create like like the fucking fish like become more durable in the water, right? And they can make their flesh mechas. I mean, they're not flesh mechas, they're fucking water mechas.
Uh-huh.
You can summon them
Okay.
to you, and then you yourself can make yourself a water mecha out of your fish.
Wait, this is something that actually happens in Squirrel Girl. Is she makes like a squirrel mech to go fight Doctor Doom?
That's way lamer than a fish mech. That's not even as cool.
Yeah, but Squirrel Girl is like has like a perfect like success record of defeating anyone she comes across.
Yeah, but that's because the
Including
writers
the
allow
Galactus.
her to. You know that, right? They're doing that because it's funny.
Yeah, I know, Nick. I've read her comics, but she still succeeds every time.
You can let
Her
anyone do
Galactus
anything.
thing was pretty smart, though. She just like talked him out of it.
Yeah, so Kyle, you just gotta talk people out of things. No, but seriously, I think the fish power should be that he just needs to keep fish on him, and then
Yeah.
he can conjure the water. I don't think water management would really be fun.
Put
No,
it
I
in a
think-
real body of water, it'll be bigger.
Yes.
I don't
That's what I'm
understand
suggesting.
how you guys think water management would be less fun than fish management. Like think about like improvisation. Like I'm in a scramble and it's like, oh shit, I need water. There's like ways to get water. Like I could get
Okay.
it from like a
How about-
spigot or like I don't know, like
How-
somebody's
how
sweat
about-
or like there's so many
I don't
possibilities. But if it's like I'm in the
Okay,
middle
okay.
of a fight and it's like, okay, quick, I need to find a
How-
fish They're so
No, but that you
so
bring the
few
fish with
ways.
you, Kyle.
Yeah,
You bring it
but
with
that's
you.
very boring. I'm never
How
gonna
about- how
be
about
able to
this?
find a fish mid battle unless
How
we're like
about
at a
this?
Bond villain's
I
house and
gotta
he has the
pitch.
shark
I gotta-
tank, and then
I
then
gotta-
I'm balling though. But like every other
I
time,
gotta-
This is like
I gotta
asking
see
if
it.
Batman has batarangs. Like he's always got
I gotta
batarangs.
see it.
You'll always have fish with you.
I got a serious pitch.
Okay.
What if without the fish, you can like control the water yourself, like as like weapons and stuff. So like as a water whip, like a waterbender or some shit.
Yeah.
But it can only do so much, right? Like the fish is really where like you want to be
Fish is
building up
where it's
that.
at.
Yeah, but like you can defend yourself with water, but like you have to like the fish is where your main power comes from because then you can get a fish army. Like is the biggest thing. It's like the whole idea
Okay,
is that, like
fish has to be the thing because he has to be a master. He can't just like make water around himself.
Well, okay.
Or
So
you
how
could be
strong?
just
How
a
strong is like a
fish.
6-foot tall fish elemental? Like it's made of water. Like what does it do to you?
Yeah, but it's
It can
not
drown
as
them.
hard.
It drowns you. It hugs you, and you drown.
Basically, like
Okay.
I don't know why, but I'm picturing Melmetal from Pokemon, just like a 7-foot tall, massive thing that just punches you through walls.
It water punches you.
We said it doesn't have to be humanoid. Like you can
Well,
control
yeah,
the
yeah,
shape.
yeah. I was
That's
just
what I'm
saying, like as an example, like something made of water. What does it do to hurt you? Like, I get that
fucks
water
you
can
up.
hurt if it's fast, but like,
ice. If you put a penguin in there, that's not a fish.
also, alligator, not a fish. Like to go back to that joke.
Alligators are fun.
penguin.
Yeah,
I'm
like
just
you
like
put a
breaking
lion
all
quarter on
sorts of
your
laws in
arm.
regard to like importing animals.
You can put any animal in water and it becomes
That's
specific.
my request to our
Put a lion
employer when
in
they're like,
water.
"What kind of
Put a
shady
lion
stuff
in
do you
water and
want?"
it
Other
becomes
people are like,
gigantic.
"Drugs."
Actually, okay.
I'm like, I need a
actually,
penguin.
Wait, hold up.
Can you
What if
get
we
that
made
for
it-
me?
What if you made it that like if you had a creature in water, you can control that like it becomes like the water mech, but it has to be like any creature with like a substantial enough like the intelligence of the water mech is based on the intelligence of the creature. So if you make like if you put like say a fucking like bird in a water mech, you can make like a fucking
How the
water
fuck
mech
is he
that,
gonna
like-
catch a bird and put it in
No,
water?
I like where I think we could build off of this
But
where
like if you get a person, they're fucking dead pretty much. But like you get a water mech that's as smart as a person.
Do they
yeah,
have to
no,
be-
no.
they have to be
You
submerged?
could, yeah, I could see how I could use
Yeah,
it. You could make water
fucking
mechs out of
dead.
any living creature, but the living creature is going to drown if it can't breathe in water. So you could do that, but it's gonna kill the
How just
creature.
insta-kills one person?
That's villainous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, he can just drown everyone on land, like one at a time.
Yeah.
And make them fight
And
each
I
other.
can just make them come directly to the water mech by just using his tether power.
Brad
the
just
game
throws
over.
people into swimming pools,
Honestly, yeah.
and that's
We're
where I
kinda
go before
broken.
a big battle. Then I would head to a swimming pool and just grab people
We just
We
lure
have a
because
good
they're already
combo
in
move.
water.
But they
I
would.
gotta pee, guys.
Okay. But they would.
Thank you.
But the counter to that, Kyle, is that they would drown before they get to the battle. You have to
Does
keep
that
them.
stop the mech?
Yeah. If they're dead,
Okay,
you can't
so,
control it.
so I
anymore.
would need someone with a snorkel.
Oh, what if
Shit.
you can make an
Oh,
air
God
bubble
damn it.
so they're still alive, but they can't get out of the mech.
That could be interesting.
So I need a sidekick with a decently long snorkel, and then they willingly become part of this creature for me,
See,
right?
I was
Yeah.
see. I was thinking that fucking what's it called?
Great.
If the person's dead, like you can still use the water mech, but it's sort of like a zombie or some shit.
I mean, I
but
was thinking it was a zombie as soon as you like it just it haplessly obeys your commands. That's just
Yeah, no,
How
that's the whole thing. But if the person can somehow survive within the water mech and like has intelligence,
Mhm.
it obeys like Kyle's commands.
Yeah.
But it's also like can make its own choices and decisions because it's smart enough to. So it's like the difference between going like go here and fight and like the thing just sort of shambling about and just slapping shit, as opposed to like go here and fight and then the thing using like actual water mech tactics.
Hmm.
TM.
TM.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but like that's the whole thing with the.
I
That's the whole thing
definitely
with the
love
fish
the
that I
idea
wanted to get
of
with.
if you encase people in water. I think we should to concede something to Kyle. I think it should be a water management thing. We should switch it over to that, and then you can, if you have a living creature nearby that you can like dunk in water, then it becomes a water elemental that you control, but only lives as long as if it can breathe in water, then it's fine. If it can't breathe in water,
Right. So
then
optimally, you want to use fish. That's the min-max strategy.
yeah, exactly.
But
But-
that depends if the intelligence of the creature is relevant, because fish are not that smart.
But if you have a lot
I
of
guess
fish
in this
together,
case-
they become a hive mind. That was the other caveat, is that if you have...
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
We
will-
didn't talk about that, did we?
A school of fish.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah, a
exactly.
school of fish becomes like a smart water.
Because
mech.
they're
That, like,
learned. You
Mhm.
learn at a school.
like, the
That's
more-
why.
the more fish you add, the smarter it gets. So eventually, if you add enough fish, it can become like. The
You could
smartest
make... You could
thing.
literally go to the fucking, like go to the
Aquarium?
Erie,
The aquarium.
put in... Yeah, or go to... Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Our secret base should be, like, in a fucking aquarium, and then
Underneath
Kyle's
the
just ready to
aquarium.
roll out at any time.
By
You
the
just-
penguin exhibit, just in the tunnels.
Oh my fucking god, yes. He's so good. Yeah,
I
but
like
you...
the idea of it like. I like the idea of you being able to like use any living creature, and as long as it like lives, then that you can maintain the water mech.
Yeah.
What if as soon as it stops living, you lose control of the water mech, but the water mech still exists?
What the fuck?
So that's water management again,
Good
or
enough.
life management, I guess.
Yeah, because then it's like we have to somehow tame this water mech or fucking destroy
That
it.
seems like we've already given Kyle enough downsides of the fact that his water mechs will die if they're not able to breathe in water. Like, I feel like we should not make that a thing. That's also going to be another hassle for like the GM to handle. Just like, oh, every time Kyle
That's true.
fucking entombs like 50 birds in water, 50 pigeons that he picked up on the side of the street, as soon as they die, it's going to be a fucking monster that we all have to fight. Like, that's just too
true.
much.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but
I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool with any living creature.
Yeah.
And then like it has a timer on it.
Mhm.
Because then you could like if you find someone who's like if you find like Michael Phelps, like, it's like exponentially like more powerful than like
Other
finding
humans,
some rando
yeah.
with
And,
asthma.
well, I mean, yeah, but
Yeah.
I also like Kyle's workaround of just giving a human a snorkel. That's fucking hilarious. If that's a workaround
I'm
that can
cool.
work.
I'm cool with that too. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's. I feel like I have to get some workarounds going if this is gonna work out.
Oh my
Yeah,
god! But
I'm-
seriously, you
either
could
way-
go to Lake Erie and then just tell one fish to gather as many other fish as possible. You could create a fucking Godzilla creature with all of those fish. Like,
Yeah.
if you get enough fish, you could do it, and that'd be
Right,
so
but like,
fucking.
is that
cool.
just what I do every time though?
I
I mean, like,
yeah,
it's not like you're
different tools
until
for the
the fucking
job,
creature,
right?
like,
Like
explodes.
some
Yeah.
jobs require a small creature, like a small little water elemental that you only need a small amount of water for. Some jobs would require like a more bulky amount of water, and then
I guess like try not to like fucking sacrifice your water mechs then, because like I would assume that like if they don't die, they don't fucking die. You know, it's like
wow,
water mechs,
big brain. If they don't die, they don't die.
no, yeah, but it's like it's not.
I can't
I would-
dismiss it and have it.
Yeah, I would. I mean,
dissolve.
you could dismiss it, but like without, like I would say you could dismiss it, but like I think if you don't have to dismiss them is what I'm getting at.
Hmm.
Like if you want, you can get as many water mechs as you want.
And do I just like telepathically control them? Like,
Yeah, you'd give them.
Yeah.
They
You
just
would
follow my
control their
will.
actions. Like if we're thinking in D&D sense, it's like they take turns. They probably all run on your turn, but like they would then act based on
It's like-
what action
It's
you
an
choose from them.
RTS. You'd be,
Guys,
Yeah,
where
narrative-
are we? What do you
it's an
guys
RTS.
talk about or whatever we decide?
it's an RTS water mechs.
I think we're good with the power. We just were specifying some specifics. So like we settled on if he can dunk, it's a water management thing. If he can dunk any creature into like water or something, or if he can get like a source of water to envelop a creature, then he can control that creature for as long as it's alive. If it can't breathe in water, then it'll die, and then the water elemental will fade away. or the water will just fall apart and he'll have to recollect it. But if it's able to breathe in water, then you can just control the water elemental seemingly
you
indefinitely.
control a person for like 90 seconds.
Well, or you could give them a snorkel, and then they'd be fine forever.
How the fuck you give them a snorkel? You're like, hold on, Mr. Henchman, let me give you a snorkel.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they gonna do? Don't they want one? Well, actually, don't I control them? So I can make them put on the snorkel.
Well, you only control them once they're enveloped in water. I thought that was the thing.
Well, yeah, that has to happen first. But then when they're in the water mech, I hand them the snorkel.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Exactly.
And they have to take it.
It's difficult to put on a snorkel or scuba mask, like scuba thing, underwater.
Look, Kyle would be experienced by this point. He'd have figured it out. I believe in Kyle enough.
Kyle's not the one putting it on, Nick.
No, but he's had enough experience forcing people to put on snorkels, is what I'm saying, when he controls them.
I can't believe this is what it's like. Kyle's forcing people at gunpoint to put on snorkels.
This is what you forced me to do.
Okay.
I didn't ask
forced
for
my
this.
hand.
All right.
I could have just taken the fish.
Reduced to.
No, I think I like it.
What if he can envelop people and they he can control them in like a water mech, but they don't die?
They don't die.
That seems overpowered. Then why not just control?
Well, what if they die? And he just needs like a skeleton, a framework for the water mech to be able to build its shit up. Because what's it
Maybe
called?
the more intelligent it is, the easier he can control it. And like the dumber it is, the more it's just gonna like run around doing whatever. Also, if you put a fish in the water, will it just be like a fish-shaped mech? Because it'll just flop around on land.
No, it takes the form. It takes the form of Kyle's choosing, I would think.
No, it'd be fish legs.
Oh my god. Okay. We have some details to iron out. I'm tired though, and I don't know if we're gonna get anywhere else tonight. So can we call it?
Yeah.
What's it called? Can we roll for both Nick and I, and then we can do the powers discussion in the powers discussion tab?
Well, will we have more people's?
Yeah, I thought that was another thing, is that we
week?
were waiting to see if we would get more people's power
We're
suggestions.
gonna look this up anyways because we still have. I think Nicole might still be able to play. I'm not sure if Sam is gonna do it,
Okay.
but we'll see.
Okay.
And I can just kill him off to like show how bad guy is.
Wow. Okay. All right, that sounds good to me. I don't know. Yeah, are we re-rolling Pat's power then? Is that what we've decided on? Okay.
It is unreal to me that that's like he's not satisfied with that, and you guys are like,
Kyle, if you're actually not satisfied, you can veto the power.
I don't know, man. It just seems like a meme.
But it's such a good meme.
I can't believe that you're like, the ability to implant thoughts into people's minds, it's kind of limited and, doesn't seem that useful. But, fish mechs, man, that's like, the possibilities.
Kyle, do you want to trade?
You want to trade? Honestly, I would trade it.
Imagine having 10 Spartans at your command.
Dude,
can we allow this trade?
I will trade.
Can we allow this trade?
Please trade.
I don't know.
I'm cool with it.
I feel I don't want to give up. It just I'm mainly just pointing out that I think it's crazy that the DDoS power is like, oh yeah, no, nobody likes that one.
Because I think there really is utility with the fish mechs. I think you can make small ones to do small things, and then you can make big ones to do big things.
I don't want to.
I will gladly take fish mechs over DDoS. Like, I will point that out there.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to trade it. I should accept it.
Okay.
Are you okay?
I don't.
God, you can do it. Fine.
I'm vetoing DDoS because
if you want to veto it, and no one will know who vetoed it. It'll just be our secret.
How does that? We already know. What are you talking about?
No. I don't want to. I was thinking like I don't want to. No matter what it is, I don't want to veto it. And then
and then this happens.
Kind of, but like, I'll make it work. If you
Okay.
guys really actually think it's a good idea, maybe go sleep and then think about it again. I just feel like if we explain this to what Nicole is going to be here, like if you go down the powers in order, she's just going to ask you to stop at this one.
This is basically a variation of her power and squirm.
Oh, she's going to be down with it then. She's going to. Oh, great. I need like another person. Then. I need like I need an unbiased opinion.
Dude, her power, you have to carry around like hundreds of gallons of water with her whenever she went anywhere. You just have to carry around like 5 fish with you, and you're unbeatable.
I was texting my friend about the power stuff, and they were like, "Oh, what powers did you guys pick?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, we did one where you can change how gravity affects things, and another where you can make water elementals with fish piloting them as the brain." And they were like, "Yo, both of those are fucking sick."
Yeah, I think the fish power is fucking sick and also has utility.
It's so cool.
All right.
If you don't use it, I'm gonna give it to an NPC or something.
I'll take it. I think like it's getting used somewhere. No, I'll take it. And we'll see if I just end up being like on the sideline, like you guys got this.
I think you're more likely to be broken. Especially because if you're able to control non-fish creatures, it's just a matter of water management, and there is enough water around. You can, like, open a sink valve or a tub.
That is actually much better. I think that's fine, because then it's just sort of like, can I get someone into water so I can manipulate them?
Exactly.
Or something, whatever. Like,
yeah.
Trying to get things into water is much more interesting than did I bring this fish with me today.
Mm-hmm.
I will agree about that. I will agree with that. Oh my god, when it rains?
When it rains, yeah.
Oh fuck! Oh, that'd be stupid. Holy shit!
Does it help though? What does that
I
do
think
for
so.
me?
I
water.
Does that
There's
count?
Water on them.
Yeah.
Any water that rains on the mech will be absorbed by the mech.
Oh,
Just get
okay.
bigger and bigger.
So it's like they'll grow slowly.
Well, I would say.
We didn't think of that.
Well, I would say just having like water contact the body is enough to start the process of turning them into a mech. So
it'd be a very slow process. You'd need to like add more water to expedite it.
Yeah.
Like if you got a hose, that would be good for a water mech. If you like,
if that's possible, that's a game changer.
Yeah.
If they don't have to actually be like 100% submerged.
I don't think they do. I think that'd be kind of. I think that'd be kind of hard to.
It would be hard.
No, that'd be
why I would be submerged.
Well, then I can work with that. I mean, you have to tell me then how much water, like people perspire, you know? Like, does that doesn't count, does it?
That's true.
That'd be insane. I just have to get someone to like do some push-ups.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, fucking what's it called? I would say like think about it like nanobots, right? Like if you had to cover
nanomachine, son.
Yeah, so like it's water, so it's like you'd have to just like if it can encase them with enough water. I think like
what if it has to be your sweat?
That'd be gross. That's how you.
What if you just get a drop of your sweat on them and then?
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
That's a bridge too far, guys. I'm sorry. I'll recuse myself. That was too much.
How dare you?
What?
Think about what you brought to this sacred institution.
Oh my God.
Hydronecromancy? He said what if you had to get your sweat on someone else?
Nick, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, Nick. Hydronecromancy? Totally fine.
How is that?
Someone else? Disgusting.
Okay.
You're really gonna sweat on someone else, Nick?
You could also be a thing like where you have to drink like you have to take like a gulp of water and then spit it back out onto them to start the process. These are all just ideas that are just flying around right now. I don't know what's gonna work. One of them.
Hey guys, I think let's end this session for today.
Yeah, let's end it. Let's call it here. This has been fun.
Nick, you stopped streaming, right? Like long before.
No, God no. We've been rolling this whole last time. This is the end bit was the best part.
If I really need to, I can go grab clips from here, just in case you guys are like, "No, we never said that. Like, we never said this was a good idea." What are you talking about?
Look, the idea is always evolving and changing, but we're getting closer to solution.
Pacific Rim is such a good idea.
I stand by Pacific Rim being the best idea we've come up with.
I get it. They're not. I don't
Yeah,
know.
your power sucks now.
I feel like Mex was kind of false advertising.
Yeah, I tried to clarify that. That's
You
not.
guys baited me with that. That
All right.
wasn't real.
All right, I'm going to stop the stream now. Thanks for watching, all two of you, which I think are both of you that are in this session right now. But
I
thanks
got
for
you,
watching
dude.
anyways.
No problem.
Tactile Thursday tomorrow. Come check it out. Anyways, we might be doing this more regularly. Who knows? I'll announce it when it happens. Thanks for watching. Stay safe.